Good morning, good morning, good morning. Gotta restart TikTok. I'll be right back. Good. Thanks, Wacko. Very good morning to you. And everybody else is up, little bro. Let's kick off this Shinji. Got some blessings. the Divine Mother, the Divine Father, and the Divine Child. That is all three. That is a trinity that exists within inside of each one of us, inside of you, inside of myself, inside of everyone. And that's what we're connecting with. We're connecting with ourselves by observing everything around us. We beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady Kinamadonket, hear and save. O thou Queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with the throne, thou holdest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, Our Lady Kinamadonket, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bride and queen, as thou art the mother and daughter of the slain one. O thou who art the Lady of the earth, hear us, O Lady Kinamadonket, hear and save. O thou Lady of the amber skin, Lady of love and of victory, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies, O crowned with the light and life and love, hear us, Our Lady, hear and save by thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old. Hear us, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms and strain us to thy breasts. Let our lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear us, O Lady Kinamadonket, hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously to initiate our kalana, our soul, the whirling of our dance. May it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in us and bring us to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Kinamadonket, the Divine Mother, are we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. We are the mother, we the speaking sea, we are the earth in its fertility. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness return to us, to us. Kinamadonket are we, and to our beauty draw. All glories of the multiverse bow down, the blossom and the mountain and the dawn. Fruits blush, and women are creation's crowned. We are the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. We are the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness is surely mine, is mine. Kinamadonket are we, the love and light of Geb and Gaia, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the vow and pleasure never come to birth, the endless, infinite desire of years. We are the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. We were sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. We are the grail and we the glory now. We are the flame and fueler of thy breath. We are the star of Hikupteira upon thy brow. We are thy queen enraptured and possessed. I do thee sweet rivers, welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness return to us, to us. Here, Lady Kinamadonket, and receive our ayakarna, our prayer. Thee we worship, invoke, and evoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of our Ankh. We are Kinamadonket, mistress of the whole land. We were instructed by Tahuti, and with Tahuti we invented the writings of the nations in order that not all should write with the same letters. We gave mankind their laws and ordained what no one can alter. We are the eldest daughter of Geb and Kal. We are the wife and sister of the king of Sod. We are she who rises in the dawn star. We are she who is called the Neteret of women. We are she who separated heaven from earth. We have pointed out their paths to the star. We have invented seamanship, ascension. We have brought together men and women. We have ordained that the elders shall be beloved by the children. With our brother Osada, we made an end of cannibalism. We have instructed mankind in the mysteries. We have taught reverence of the divine statues. We have established the temple precincts. We have overthrown the dominion of the tyrants. We have caused men to love women. We have made justice more powerful than silver and gold. We have caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto us and pledge unto us your loyalties as we pledge ours unto you. O Mother Kinnamadonket, great art thou in thy splendor, mighty is thy name, and thy love has no bounds. Thou art Kinnamadonket toward all that ever was and all that there is to be, for no mortal man hath ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the Son, Ra, fruit that was born forth for the redemption of man. O Iset, 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 Olset, 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 Kinnamadonket, 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 graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day, to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only you, our beloved Mother, can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of Alum, the unknowable one, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial and joy, and even unto death and into the next life. As it was in Memphis, so be it now. Hear us, we beseech thee, O powerful one, Lady of Reket, Lady of Buket, Lady of Set, Lady of Rasari, Lady of Tashar and Sahar, Mother in the horizon of Aru, in heaven, in the Atet boat of millions of years. Thou art the great defender, thou art overthrower of Kertu. Preserve us from the evil chamber of the souls of Hisra. Deliver us from the abodes of fiends. O thou who art Sekhmet, a life giver to the Nethanomid of Kamiel, Sekhmet, Lady of Flame, Sekhmet, great one of magic, Sekhmet, eternal is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet, with lioness head, Sekhmet, whose color is red, Sekhmet, daughter of Ra, Sekhmet, consort of Hikopatera, Sekhmet, mighty is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet, goddess of pestilence, goddess of war, Sekhmet, queen of the wastelands, Sekhmet, terrible is thy name. O come to us, Sekhmet, destroyer of rebellions, Sekhmet, scorching eye of Ra, Sekhmet, protector, ruler, Sekhmet, holy is thy name. O reveal thyself to us, Sekhmet, mother of the Nethanum of Kamiel Shinyu, Sekhmet, mistress of the crowns, Sekhmet, thou art called only one, Sekhmet, beloved is thy name. Possess us now, O great one, Nazar, greater than Iset, Sekbaram Hasa, Puti Shrep, greater than Hafur, Pasha, Kasa, greater than Bast, Parahaka Kaparu, greater than Mahar, Sekhmet, mysterious is thy name. We are lost in mystery. Sekhmet, preeminent one, Sekhmet, light beyond darkness, Sekhmet, sovereign of her father, Sekhmet, hidden is thy name. Rapturous our dying, Lady of Amta Vamenta, Lady of Manu, Lady of Sabra, Sol, Lady of Tebnef of Arakur, Lady of Aru of Yarvin, thou art the Neteret Amishesh, destroyer, holder, thou art the terror before which fiends tremble, thou art lust, thou art life, ever burning one, Tekara Sapusara Karamermet, Sapuparam Hasra Putishtif, mistress of enchantment, source and word of power, forbidden is thy name. We are the sealed ones. Do not consume us with thy fire. Give us light, O Queen Parahakakaru, mightier than the Nethanomid of Kamiarshinu. From the anat of covenant adoration rises unto thee, who maketh sound their bone and preserveth them from terror. All beings hail thee, O Queen Parahakakaru, mightier than the Nethanomid of Kamiarshinu. Preserved beyond death that secret name, O being called Murpasha Kasa, Murpasha Kasa, Murpasha Kasa. At the throne of silence, even shall no more be spoken, then encircling one, we lose ourselves in thee. Homage to you, Hikopatera, and hail to the Netanum and Epicamiel Shinu, who came forth from thy members. O Hikopatea Sasartem, hearer of prayer of Arayakarna, thou art the great I and thyself whom we call forth. Thou art a shrine ever open, thine ears ever merciful unto those that are oppressed. O thou living flame, ending the veil of darkness, illuminated as Ra passing through the Amduat. O King of the Nethanom of Kamiel Shin, Lord of the great throne, Hikopatea Taten, and eldest of the originals, has created the framework of the multiverse, active one who came forth active, Unalum, who renews what already is, whose respect is great in the Atnad. Greetings to you, exalted ancient one. No Taten and the Kaaba, the living, were created in the image of Hikopatea, all formed in thy thinking heart and by thy tongue. Fires of life burns in thine heart. Heru was created from the thoughts of Hikopateara's heart, while Tahuti was formed by the words of Hikopateara's tongue. Hikopateara's heart guides the Atnad, while Hikopateara's tongue directs humans. The Tumra had to labor to create the Atnad. Hikopateara had only to speak, and the Atnad was created. Hikopateara called the names of Shu and Tefnut, and the wind and the rain gave birth to the Atnad. Sight, hearing, and smell all report to the heart, for the heart is the source of all knowledge. The tongue speaks only what the heart thinks. A tumura thinks only the thoughts of Hikopateara, while the Adnad speaks only the words of Hikopateara. As thy heart grants the gift of life, O Tatin, and thy tongue organizes life's abundance. Hikopateara is the creator of all crafts and trades. For Sepiparam Sasraputishtiv is the great defender and beloved of Hikopateara. For Nefertum, protector of the two lanes, for all the Netanumid of Kamiel Shinu of Memphis. O Netanum de Kamiel Shernav of the primeval mound, hail unto thee, great art thou, revered art thou, who made the heavens, Aru, after the conception of Unalum's mind, who suspended Aru, the heavens, by the elevation of the atmosphere. We are thy divine children of Hikopateira. As thy omens are before us, we follow thee. Thou hast led us to rest by thy side in the western heavens, Aru, like all the mysterious Netanum of Kamiel Shernat the Duat. We are associated with thy divine Anad and thy mysterious seed, like Athis, thy son, who is by thy side. Grant that we made the food of thy divine offerings of bread, incense, beer, shara, and wine. Grant that we may live again in the land of the blessed ones, and hereafter do what? Seeing thee every day like thy divine Anad. Give to us thy eyes and thy ears, O Lord, and hear our plea which we make before thee. We are thy beloved children, great in benefactions. We dedicate our life to the Father of beginnings. In your honor, we dedicate our living temple to you. Come forth, Hikopatearasasatim. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously. O Hikopatearasasatim, Tatinum, millions of names. Hear our Akata, hear our prayer, and shine your mercy on our sufferings. O Hikopatearanaka mention thee, Hikopatearasasatim. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Our hair is new, our face is raw, our eyes are luvet, our ears are apawat, our nose is kenshefs, our lips are sebet, our teeth are kipara, our neck is kemetonket, the divine mother, our hands are keremun, the lord of Tatu, our forearms are Nath, the lady of Saris, our backbone is Surth, our privy member is Isar, our reins are the lord of Karaba, our breast is the breast of the awful and terrible one, our belly and our backbone are our Seket. Our buttocks are the eye of Heru. Our hips and thighs are Nut. Our tongue is Hikopatera, and our feet are Hikopatera. Our fingers and leg bones are the living Warai. There is no member of our body which is not the member of Samnathanum de Kamiel Shin. The four regions of Ra are the limits of Geb and Gaia. Tahuti shieldeth our body all together, and we are Ra every day. None shall seize us by our arms, none shall drag us away by our hand, and there shall do us hurt neither men, nor Netanum of Camille shadow, nor sainted dead, nor they who have perished, nor any one of those of olden times, nor any mortal, nor human being. We come forth in advance, and our name is unknown. We are yesterday, and our name is seer of millions of years. O ears that hear, O eyes that see, O hands that bless, graciously receive our offering, O Father, Mother, Hikopatiarataptinin. We give you our heart, our hands, our breath, and our ka. We give you our names. We receive yours in return. Our heart is your shrine, O Father, Mother, Hikopatiarataptinin. We give you our sorrow, and we receive your power in return. We become your own flesh. You become the Lord of our life. May your life become our life. O Hikupatera Tatinin of light, may your light be our light. O Hikupatera of mercy, may your compassion liberate us. Giver of life to all of creation, such does the ark flow forth. We who came forth from your body, we are Hikupatera Tatinin, O Hikupatera of life, light and mercy. Hear our ayakarna, hear our plea, and hear our prayer. Life, power, and health to the child who came forth from thy limbs. Grant that they, the hero, the king, may rest upon thy throne as king of the two lanes, the mighty bull, beloved of Mahar, while the lands and the countries fall beneath his feet forever. Make Hikopatera Tartan and sword victorious. Let Unalum be divine before thee, possessed of thy favor. Extend for thou the boundaries of the nine bows, Lord of the double feather and it's brilliant, who makes the Nethernumet of Camille Shin alive, radiating, the Lord of light, shining in brightness, rises in every eye. Hail to you, Master of Sakarnatur, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. You shaped Geb, you assembled your own flesh, you counted your members. You had no father who engendered you when you were born into the existence, no mother who gave birth to you. Let us go, let us sing for Hikopati Rasasatim, many hymns, Una Lum, whom created the Nethnumid of Camille Shernu, the men and all the animals, who created all the kingdoms, the riverbanks and the very green, singing on Una Lum's behalf of creator of the kingdom, a gift of the living king to Hikopati Rasasatim, south of his wall, Sekhmet, defender and beloved of Hikopatera Sasatim, Hikopatera Sakar, Neb of Shargiet, and Isor Neb, Lord of Rastol. May you all allow our Ka to come forth in the day to see the Atmara. May you listen to us praying every day like the transfigured spirits whom you made so glorious. And may you have us follow you both day and night as one of those you honor. We are they whom has been true to Hikopatera since first we were on a car. Let us satisfy truth truly every day, for we have turned our back on evil in their presence, nor has there been occasion for it since our birth. Let us be among the crew in the bark of Isar, celebrating in the district of Picard, for the spirit of the hereditary prince, sole friend, royal deputy of the two lands, royal scribe, Horemheb the vindicated, Hikopatera Sasatim of emerald skin, a beautiful face with a Polstish beard, wearing a skull-cap crown. Thy form is hidden, though thou art in all things. From eternal spark do we bring newness and regeneration. Come forth, Hikopatera Sasatim, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously of our own free will. Bless us by being with us, possessing us every day and night and into the unknown home. Kepra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum, kansu, 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 arsem toki shabu banana, shum toki na, arsem toki shabu banana, shum toki na, arsem toki shabu banana, shum toki na, abrada, 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 abrada. Solid. Right. So, for those who be jamming on the regular, Um, man, I'll tell you what, energy shifted yesterday. Energy shifted yesterday. Positive shift. I don't know, all my video game file saves completely wiped, gone. I got one game got to save on from an online PlayStation Plus thing I didn't even know happened. Maybe I, anyways, and I accepted that. I moved on, and I was cool with it. Absolutely, I still cool with it, and I mean, I just got to project after project after project yesterday. I think it's really interesting because this has happened at least a solid three times in my life. At 3:33, we're going to kick off the main jam here. So this was 8 minutes or so, 7, 8 minutes. So, so it's really interesting because like three solid times in my life, I've had a whole bunch of doors, like 75, 85% of my doors just closed of opportunities, of things I can do, things I had, of stuff I could do, with. And, but I wasn't doing anything. I was in a state of stall. I wasn't actually like I was making progress, but not the kind of progress I'm used to making. You know what I'm saying? You know, when you really get going and everything, right? And uh and so all them doors kind of closed when all them save files happened. I had a new plan, so there's doors open, but there's just I've been through those doors already, so you know I could wait to get to that one. Let me open one I never walked through before. Uh, and so activity started. So here's what I really wanted to bring out though to the ones that are here for the jam on the regular. Okay, whether you heard it right now or whether you play it back or you hear it tomorrow. But the portion when I'm going over Hiko Pateara's heart guides the Anada, Tumura had to labor to create the Anad, Hiko Pateara had only to speak. Da, 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 da. Tahuti, the tongue speaks only what the heart thinks. A Tumra thinks only the thoughts of Hiko Patera. Okay, in this portion, when I'm reading, when I'm going over this, this is a map. This is a literal map of the tree of life using the archetypes. I couldn't learn the tree of life. I couldn't learn my tree of life system through the Kabbalah. I couldn't learn it through other systems that had all this complete foreign crap to me. I'm not calling it crap. I'm just chatting, but it was completely foreign to me. It's not crap. It's very valuable, divine, and loving and good. I'm not putting it down. But it was completely the culture was completely. I had no association with it. I couldn't connect with it. But when the Hebrew system and the Kabbalah led me into Egyptian, yeah, you dig far enough, you're going to see the Egyptian connection. And when I saw the Egyptian connection, I was like, wait up a second. I, I felt family. I, I recognized, I was like, hold on, let me learn about this group. And so essentially, there's 9 primary individuals to learn about. When you learn those 9, you realize that those are all stages we all go through in life for different situations, for different scenarios. We go through these 9 archetype energies. Okay, it's not 7, it's 9. There was 9 planets. We have 9 energy centers, not set. There's your J gate at that knot at the back of your skull, and another primary chakra at the back behind your heart, like but it's closer to your back. Okay, and so as I found the invocations, the ancient invocations on the Egyptian, on the Kemetic, was able to get that translated. I started, I already connected with the oracle system. I connected with the ancient Egyptian oracle system, the Matun Natur, amazing, amazing oracle system that teaches you everything you need to know, including the words of power to invoke that state of being when you choose it. Which when we go over the jam here in just a few minutes in the 3:33 Eastern time, 33 on the hour. Hopefully that matches up with your hour as well. But as we go that we literally go over all of those words. We unlock all of those. So essentially, every single day, if you're listening to the jam, whatever archetype you need to be, the whole menu is listed there, and you can whatever your soul is, it's going to be like boom, that's what I need right now, and that's what you're going to transform into for you, because I just put all the options right there for you. I didn't leave anything out. I didn't close it. I left the doors open for you. If your soul doesn't need to use it, it's not going to use it. Does your conscious know about this stuff? No. This is when we will wind up going into some situation and good stuff happen, and we're like, what the heck? That's because our soul through meditation was able to bypass time and space, move into the future. That's our golden cord. And then our soul really kind of sits there and anchors into the future. And that golden cord is our heart's desire. And when we follow our heart, like Harry Potter, when he takes the luck potion, he's like, I feel like going over here. I'm going over here. What you doing, Doc? Well, come on with me then. If you don't, you all can't be out by myself. Well, come on with me, teach. And he goes over to Hagrid and boom, everything what he needed to do happened. Why? Because he followed his heart, not logic that connects with how to conquer the world. The world screwed up the logic. The world screwed up the logic, so you can't win. It's just like when you go to a carnival. Dude, my dad went once and he threw like 75 bucks down. This was back in the day when 75 bucks could get you like 3 months worth of like a whole month's worth of groceries kind of shit, like, right? And he was angry. But some of them games, they totally rigged. I said carnival, that's a specific venue. But it, maybe it was anyways. But man, yeah, anyways, is rigged. They rigged this system. They sold you something and said, here you go. That's how you win. That's creme de la creme. That's what everybody wants. And they didn't tell you that the real success takes two fucking hands. It takes two hands, not one. They were showing you half of it. That's why it's a failing system. And that's why the people at the top are so ruthless and ugly, because they actually working with both of their hands, and it's a rough, dirty, ugly world out there. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. We're gonna start our jam. Boom, got that guy here. Got him there. Boom, boom. Something real interesting I feel like mentioning. So I've been wanting to put a pendulum on my wrist for a while, right? Check that out. So what I can do is literally come and I'll snag it under this one, and then it holds up like that. So it's not fully all the way down like that. So this morning I had it like that because that's how I slept with it last night, like underneath this one. And then, like, as I'm reading over the Divine Mother's portion, I was like, I need to pull this out. This is father energy. He was tucked away while I was talking to the Divine Mother. And as soon as I was done with her portion, it was like, okay, untuck him, boom, let him out. Now Divine Father can come forth. It's just natural. I love that kind of stuff. It's the synchronicities, paying attention to those kind of things for me. That's how I advance. But yeah, I got a whole lot of stuff down, man. I did. I feel I moved through that shift of energy. It's coming up. So one thing I'm bringing up today before I jump right into the jam is that these pieces that I read, I have viewed them as instructions that have been preserved. So there's something I'm going to say here very shortly, and it's the very first portion here. And you'll hear by cup and sword, wand and shield. I do have a legit wand. I got a couple of wands, but the staff, the wand was first. The staff was the evolutional growth. So to me, it's just a mature wand. So the gong is the shield. The gong is the shield. And it makes me think, like a Spartan or some big old shield outside, got a freaking target on it. Come at me, bro. Legit sword. So, anyways, tend to be able to follow instructions pretty good. Right, something I want to build. And just in case you're wondering, yeah, let's adjust this one real quick. I got that big gong, right? Got that bit, man, got the gong. And back in historical, sword and buckler. So I got my small shield just in case. Got my buckler always on me. Circle now, we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve contained in thy sphere to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated these who may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us of our wisdom, birth, sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather not. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call it the loving lady, mighty Lord, thy cup and shield and one and sword. We ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their bodies and cause, having their arms. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do his battle. Spirits of darkness, arise with the powers of Gwen Bael. Fight the blight that's be dark and night in our right. Ezekiel Compasiata Compasi, Dingatia Compasi, Dinganana Compa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your heckle and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Reno Ezekiel, it was on Puto, right ahead, Hirusha, Henry Sirukai, got a Kudishin, it was Maha, Ratsugi, the second cause, I gave it to deep shockings and upside on him. On Bashiramates, Wakum Bashamates, Varnu, and Narandum, Wamon, his own, and Shanayan, Teres, Wakum Shanaya, and Trace, Baha, onde nós batemos o com de trás e atrás e várias lá ruta de ruta de ruta da kringa com chong com wong com have sharma thai suwa com hai ava sharma thai is ha he mo com una kusana barona na mas mata pesanam ham who had a gulula Ring on cooking from when I ain't not a swap on my yam, yes, why, spring on bringing room when he pushed about a swap on shorty, each and doggy cheap stays bar, no, king on pumpkin from when she are cheap out of his waha, Orsi ya ibarat kayak swaha ulo 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 nabashanu suaka menekarti buba bebo ber bor bor bear bor bobo bobo bear on kamin Renno si secure was un futuro ed het herusha hensu seruka gor kutishin was ma haptor zu gibi sepetos I betet du gut die beschatten sana charmen Kringong prang pring prong barshakushu baru gilmak bal mamu ala bo pogena rabo bolo ala bari ko shara bakistan bala saro bo pri kon belulu mashana bo primi kini kampen belulu gugola gala hitor bari shu gilo bo ogima mashe gurizulu ma bo bo romaru ga age si ku gik man kampan namru bo kala muzu kini kibilan shashu mashana na sorolin bar maratu sisi mashina na runa ramangi tumutu ko rata gigil gulu ku sitor in mình cái có desi con neni ke ko ne beru det ke kele na thara ko baru tu ko ka mas persana segani mas sharu malaba ke kada glu bedor marata ko bo maru tu ko ra furious saru lu du man mas king tu jadi ku gim lu bedan me ke panu tu nada lu kata me ke panu bisu saru lima na mana ra tu zari mas segara nu slomo na to bo gigil maling na thara matu dari ke tukur mas si sore mas no go suguri mas ros sira pedi ku babara zulu ko la pora ke boy kingu bara di moaru ka ku damo ni nuam kashti we are also Ronofus whom is found perfect before the Nephilim of Kmael Shinyu. We had said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying roses is the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will. And a cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are Esau triumphant, even also Ronopus the justified one. We are he who is clothed with body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nethanum of male Shinhu. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester in matter of those whose abode is invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal Nethanum of Kamael Shinyu. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hootie, making victorious all sought over his enemies, on the night that of battle and of making the fettering of the soul, day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making the stand is yet and should shed to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes as to Hootie. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Avarni too. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, also our heart is keen, from darkness to be released to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with Aru's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinamit Ket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace. So be it. Also, Ronofus will confirm. Lady Iset and Nebi Sorabi shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness to divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikin Linus Kiria Saxara Petum Articuli Turtni Ishli Bi Alo Adventure and Mashisarelo Sayansi Yamilara Torumo Gerisha Isaiah Ariaga Biasha Biasha Jerika Jerika to be a Laki Sayari element to Kurukimo Kutri Shami and Zumaria Isayan and Zumaria and Zumaria Biasha and Zumaria Selika and Zumaria Dupiara and Zumaria Laka and Zumaria Tata and Zumaria Tedex again and Zumaria Karuba and Zumaria Sarnika Nish Maskapulu Tamtunu Nish to Tamtunu Nish Madu. Mas Lani Lutam Tununish, Ishbar Kamikunu Lutam Tunui, Nazumaria Utah Sama, Ya Runay, Bibatin, Nini, Batari, Perik, 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 Bakabayes, I got Boro, Baraka Bays, I got Bays, I got Boro, Baraka Bays, I got Bays, Perik, Nini, Badunani, Ya, Corboria, Adin by Gore, Adin by Gu, Sakaki, Soro, Kikutu, ya home stream clean Bajraver Kane, Paspa, home stream clean Bajraver Kane, clean Paspa, Om Shrim 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 Mim Vajravarkane, Shrim Shrim Patwaha, Om Shrim 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 Mim Vajravarkane, Shrim Shrim Patwaha, Om Shrim 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 Mim Vajravarkane, Shrim Shrim Patwaha, Om Shrim 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 Mim Vajravarkane, Shrim Shrim Patwaha, Om Shrim 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 Mim Vajravarkane, Shrim Shrim Patwaha, Nushubam Giga Suki Shriga Goddess Ramadayan Guru Ramasaniku Dingani Nabu Nexaniku Kadesh Shunu Kusiana Kapaziki Kabagalu Paranata Parata Baragi Barada Baraka Maski Bararu Para in Pabala Tubarala Subara Karu Barala Kubaraki Golor Barali Tubaralo Suladina Zulala Zoladina Zugigin Soladina Zumula Soladina Zudingil Soladina Zumaskin Soladina Zu Paredina Zuzi Yankapasi Kamunisi Gag Baragi Naki Shajor Kishnu or Mashazi Garbari Garshu Nike Sharmana Sien Dori Shaki Guar Baragin Guru Dianam Dea Sarasavito Sana Yamanda Varpina Diana Sajusian Sanasani Pisik or Makulukur Van Kariti Hari Garan my Vupu Dorsanka Garan Namaskaran Mantra Home from Mitra Yartam home frame Rabar Yanam home from Saya Yartam home frame Banavan home Ramakarikan home Rapisanama home from Harangam Hari Yatnam home frame Mari Karianam home frame Adi Yatama home frame Sivitranam home Hamar Karianam home Abaskaran home home from Rosary for sorry Yaneha Namaha Parasia Yasa Samaskara for what the Dene Operation Balambiran Tesum Kajayate Hong Kong Hong Ruas or Hong Kong Bong Shumashkashapia Kashapia Pishamush Pishti Akimatino Kutushula Limishuli Surubura to Pitashu Kimamena Duinatiki Tushuli Mutumanakulu Shunolini Shumanakulu Tini Shunoli Tishumanakulu Tari Tarana Chaluchi Skashati Sharushi Arapushi Riarki Jurku sitting at Kopusha Bong Gibir Kashu money and do to Sheshel Anigori Mariki Sparigaki Yaziding get a company model for the Semito Chabu Balanation Torina. Ispar bagi bel bagi ada zia matlu nu shariulin kanushi shariulin kunushi shariulin kunushi shariulin si kunushi shariulin ter kunushi shariulin kunushi shariulin shariulin ali kunushi shariulin katin kunushi shariulin danoi kunulin kutina zumai ayu sama Agamasaratu is Masarati Sharmushli Shuru Shishali Nutis Anime Alani Rabuti Shimaya Barbi Dina Lakilinda also Kumushio Wasi Marani Musharti Yamasarati Masarati Bites Masaratu it's Masaratu Agamasaratu Yamasaratu Keravan Bonish Mashpari Yamasaratu Zikia Kampabagolo Menefti Ashatabara Masaratu Para Vishnom Kimsa Garnam Home Sam Kubarari Garnam Hadumit have Kubera never Kodo Tom Privita to Bumidivia Metandumit no Sekaru many Akinan Saram Tadi Nekasukati Tess number city Ujuxurhatati Sarahani Sarari Atam Home Yamet Atam Hakus of the drum test to I am at a question of Nuxakas Atananos sort of Takis Wexaka and an ectatic Tana Set Saruna Marcola Kutulu Tatala Nium Ramari and Nahama Maria Namaha Yarabomba Saratu Tadaya Matan Happy no Capi Seki Sorunam Sector Artek we had a Kotan Dear Tamor Batuyan Vian Neri Sasam Samarak Society at Lama Umpambarunari at Lama himself Paruna Umbar Maria Metanim Senimsa Seki Sarunam Sexeruna Pekman Subsanu doing Kupiter Mautun Ratas visiting and buzzing the Kumpa the Peo by Omeam by or where Ramhan more city more club Molulu more motu sitting at an compositing the Kumpa to Sutrata could you do I to Titakalayan we are nearly an is a Peo. Umrim bermarne nama har bermuda mumahara saratu terserah metang keberanu kebram kebru nebem kebrasha kebremra molulu azak kita kalane stratene bumaha joshatati sarawasati umkete sefes torten junebranu ketmesu turn Prim Prom Soyar Yatnamaha, Omim Prim Stream Chandra Yatnamaha, Omim Prim Stream Mangali Yatnamaha, Omim Stream Bambur Yatnamaha, Omim Brambraspati Yatnamaha, Om Prim Stream Shukra Lamha, Om Prim Stream Samshala Yatnamaha, Omim Prim Vertamha, Omim Prim Ketu Vertamha, Jabusumusum Kasham Kishopi Omaha, the Kim Tamorim Sarva Partnam, Pranti Vakaram Shari Shankati Sharbam Kishur Nalpas Babam Lamami Shishatam Sumap Sumburum Kurta Bushartam Tarani Karpas Butam Vetu Karti, Tamapraham Kumaram Shakti has Tambatam Kalam from Mayam Payam Gurali Sharma Ruperta Pratima Burham Somya Sumia Kuropertam Tamburham, Pranamamiam Devaran Chari Shernam Char Korum. Kanchana Sani Pambori Butram Tilokisham Namami Briaspam Him Kumana Prindana Bamde Yatam Paramam Kurum Sonwas Taram Barakaram Pramam Nelan Sambas Sambarabi Putram Yamankurat and Tertia Matatna Abutam Tamnamami Sanaswara Matat Kambia Mahavariam Generally Gavi Mardaram Sneaker Garbasam Butam Tamram Pranamami Plasam Puspas and Karshan Tarak Grahamasakum Rorom Makun Kurum Tom Ketum Pranamamiam Bromori to report on Koripanusha Burmista Borasho Burusha Shari or book to Servaka Hamama Super Tampur Shanti on board war on Tatsa Vitor, Parimbargo Vasia de Mahendu, no Patraya on Tatsua, Harian Tatsua. Nancy, Brown City, Asiniana, Nambasan, Saya, Kampama, Gabatiana, Kampa, Masrit, and Nanazia, Kampaya, Magia, Gamagia, Sagastakia, Nobu, Nabogudu, Nabogurus, Mercuriosia, throat to Yankatu as an award Mossa, Portis, Campasul, Sarkashin, Kalos, Campa, Nabo Satartos, Campaya, Gashia, Sasha, Kukulmani, Yashia, Maricale, Story, Agusia, Nana. Nani Yara Sapa Mamacha Kareni Yara Milo Yastan Kampayana Nazi Adama Kampapi Sarma Kampaya Pisher Dur, Mashuturu Yadu, Soremu, Mania Atarede, Chur Batala Katamaria Kampa, Zingarubia Kampazi, Zingarustuya Kampazi, Strazi, Rakuji Verdukan Payashra Kampa, younger Kubasa Baruna, Gormasa Baruna, Gomas Baruyan, Goria Yazian Kampayan, Garia Zenigaria, and Yazirin Dianin Yakan Paya Kantala Makia Tara Kampa Marukumu Marukumu Sekala Yadagi Agagati Amababo, Neshamaru Kusurim, Sugorim, Sarim, Sagarim, Aksana Kasana, Beluku, Kunini, Kamano Yarduki, and Adayaka Batu Balgu, Uber, the Kubar Kampa Basic Zagoraboro, Nelsaling, and Ushub Gangi Gatsu Kishiki, Artashis, Amariating Guru Klama, Snikutin Garnina, Guyuran, Senikuga, Shishimu, Kutu. Bahachana Bhajini Precious Stars to Mamjushar Shaganatul Magoni Prani Devi Fati Karan Yaranu Pratham Charani Vishwarte Usho Devia Matar Vivar Chandra Art Zonati Yarti Afbar 2 years Mas Bar Yaran Yardor now Prosar Jasu or Shores Craft Yarchibu Varni Vishwar Vati Shark Tarsia Kultur Samar number Charani Yarmarna Chakra Merivana Veliasi Yarvata Promatsva Vash Yor Merava Shen Varti Margoni Ushari Artis Wasarasi Niswaran Janti Siravarka Soram Saratarti Vapaprata Priti Archar Vortel Virushar Sambibarti Himpro Bobar Vamnamasasor Timor Nor Divi Parajorshole Sharosharna Roshara Navar Sarandar Ratava Barfi Divo Arcade Bo Hariera Berfi Rasi Chitramasar Rati Magna Ursha Sambibar Imba Marmea Shizarami Nambariki Sharmar Nartasia Naru Sharsavar Michel Yan War Marti Mortrasia Varunasa Maria Chandore Baratnum Pitarte Pratra on the Gati Yanya Namahakadi Yanya Maria Mahariogina Shaman Gopsurtam. Every party make Nam home, Devendrani Nastur, Devendra Pripamini, Margara, Yam Shrikar, Chaderi, Neum Ring Kati, Iswaha, Ring Shrinkati, Iswaha, Shankare, Sankojar Marji, Papia, Ones, and Purusha Chatus, Stella, the Chopati Mederi, Kurkurswaha, Kati, Yai. Mahamari, Mahayogin, Yar Deshvi, Nam Gops, Parsu, Devi Party, Nekuru, Namaha. Ari Shankar Rankini Yata, Shankar Puriyata, Mankuri, Kariyanikan, Tasdur, Mamum Devendrani Namsturiam Devendra Priva, Mimi Viva, Pambari Armortiam, Surikaram Charder, Neom Ring, Namaha Hel, Ari Shankar Rankini Yata, Bom Shankar Priyata, Mankuri, Kariyani, Kan Katar, Sadur, Bam. Osäkermeton ketselperem hasaraputi aftur kekate stratediane demerte kali nanna jimarni to Gordon from mother into her we return as a drop of rain flowing into the ocean. As a phoenix rising from ashes upon the changing winds, we are the cosmic keys. Say it personally, say it with me. I am the cosmic key. The Vaswa Savitan Panem Bargota Vasya Mahindi no Prachuda Yari Plopsi Shosh Porashonto Toro Rata Rora Toro Rata Rato Abrahata Ungong Gang Gang Kong Ping Kong Kong Bang Gong Sing Tong Gong Gong Tong Bang Malabaka Gluga Mara Bara Duka Kudama Sarima Shikarano, a king Bardimu, a king Bardimu Sarima Sikarano, Aruka Kudama Luka Matako, Malabaka Duka Kudama was Arima Sikarano, Bardimu, Aruka Kudama Luga record bomb Malabaka. From Bagmacham Dim to Steve Harum Varu Kami Babanat Mucheri at Namakin Cream Chum Jerike. Chum Krum Him Shrim Hum Shrim Chum Jerika Chum are Kripurana Croasi and like Hum Spray at the home Shrim Him Pastomede, his prize was. Kali, Swaha, Sarvadis, Medehi, Memahali, Namaha, Sanking Jo, Shulan, Jun, Sanching Jo, Shulan, Jun, Suhor, Shuer, Share, Sokukumbori, on board Basvar, Savitar, Banyam Barkos, Barsia, Dear Mahindi, Patchudariar, Bamra Deva, Trevastita, Surklayan, Baparasar, Trakapi, also Nati, Gashnavar, Tiabratuar, Jata, Mara, Tinkar, Hortman, Marcara, Yarsado, Marsal, Gastrical, Sedica, Barza, Polasia, Maruluco, Dorvarsal, Narakas, Yarba, Yatrius, Nicaras, Noto, Brati, Branti, Toristor, Jarki, Saria, Lavari, Tortiati, Varti, Via, Rapastar, Narti, Corti, Barcarti, Recarti, Corti, संस्कृति आसार लंबी बरगोर पास वर्षा जोर स्मारती आर्मी प्राचा पार्टी सोमा इसारा इसुबी तारीखी बरास पार्टी में तोरा बररों बारगारन में कनाडा सब वास्ता पुरसा दुलागी बायो पमरदेव रुनी पिस परदेव में तोरा के विष्णु पासुर बरास में स्कारती मंत्रा ने बायो सोरी कासी गर्म वरुण प्रस्पारी बचनारी या निंद्रंगन हाल बाबू समेत तोरा वास्ता वासुर मरु सोरमा गिरत परदेव Asal para party acara baru drama besok hari usor dia acara jadi yang dia spiritual cara nengkar apa sampai terbaru pasta basu pamarda metabaru dia bisa dia bisa parti berarti aku kubera asal selama pamarda pria ya bisa batura biar si babar di jari sarat karta torka sarat swati betul meverat saras bayar ini di marwa tamu bahar ini serisma baru regini Jabasa Parmalia Parasol Babadur Mara Previ Alpha Sagdi Vayuarkas Ganha Rasarupas Barsal Barsa Payu Paraperni Vargarana Revakarchus like Surotra Namarla Napoli Marla Kara Sarjati Ari Marlu Shatu Shatu Yuta Ari Shaduria Yabarabia Yakapaya Kapayan Shigarabi Yardi Thanking Shu Lan Den Zu Sanjing Shu Lan Din Jun Shi Mang Wo She Ro Chiar Yang Yon Chong Pu Hua Tin Chun Chu Tin Yang Yon Lei Chong Pu Hua Tin Ju Wo Xin Jing Ru Bai Len Sha Wa Shen Jing Ru Bai Du Wo Xiao Ji Yan Shu Tin Zhou Xiu Zhen Zhou Tin Jun Yong Qi Yu Hong Xie Zhui Tin Chun Jia Kunsch, yes, ser Deus, hoje, da bicho, hoje, osten, hoje, nicho, hoje, 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 mexe, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Maru Rame, Sasur Ram Tatu Ram Nama Ram Varanam, Om Venikariya Namaha, Om Akarantariya Vedar Maria Vakashundari, Dirmai Tano Dandi Prachudaya, Vakashuna Makariya, so your Kori Sama Prabha Nori Gorom Kurume Deva Savar, yes, sure, Sarada. Sri Guru Suran Suraj Mam Kure Surho Purnura Guva Vimoja Suja Raku Forchar Borhi Hin Taru Janet Kusimiro Puvan Kumar Bor Borhi Vidiato Rumohi Harakasam Vikarje Harimankan Gunsikarje Karpisti Loku Jagara Amputatli Parlamin Janin Putpapat Sorkumaha Mahavivaram Bashangi Kor Marini Varsika Sangi Kachantara Paris Desikaran Kudo Chekisaho Fosro Borji Garaji Korde Borshore Sarjesa Korsu Parnasuring and Dantish Partama Hajak Barnand Vidya Parkunia Titram Kashkari Bikuator Rutsari Survey Karam Rasia Ramakansita Mambasya Sri Korosanas Rosarashim Mukures Rapper Nora or Pimocha Surjo over Fortor or he here Tarujar Nikus Meropan Barbor or he Mohe Harahu Koreso Vikarje Harimangan Guns Garje Karpisti Lugu Jagaram Tutali Panchani Putipatsur Mahama Lepricambajon Kumarini Bors America Sanki Jagara Borisubes Okuchikisa Hoshore Borji Garoja Kate Bosare who saw she's a course of plan Kislin and Danish for Kamaha Jag and then Veria Warden Tramgan Scott Kobikuar, Tokabu Chari, the sort of Korea Ravla, Katsita Marbasi, Struxmorum, Dari, Siarki, the Karva, Viga, Rutari, like Rava, the Mauru Dari, a source and Carde, Ramachana Kisan Saruvar, A.R. Siarchi, Parakanji, I, Shagalagu, Horsi, Omari, Ragu Parkini, Baru, Bradai, Tumram, Prega, Prati, Sam, Mari, Pras, Parantum, Ariash, Carlo, Sarti, Shoipari, Karve, Sankari, Brambari, Mordens, Ratsarat, Sarita, Yom Kupor, the border. Tek habikubur kor disa her tek to mukra surave rinkarnar namio jarje ras pardena to moromor nada vi varshar manalanga suarbai so jar jara yuk sahastra jojan por nuli yorati mar por forjon provumutrik marimar hi jorat nilangi kada vasharas na hirdo kam kadis jagar kernjete so kama no gratum redite drum dorde Jumlah varde warnari yabi nur besar tesok saklahi jumhari saran rumrak shakaruku darna abante samharu aten wonur ter kan parbor besar sini karena kina verma ver jabarn sunna ve samhari sapira jabarnan tarama bera sakat seharnuma Survey man karan bachan jam darn jor ver tu param tapas vera jatin ketan tan rum rasa or manura Jola Berlover Sahira Merja Ban Par Charan Yuk Partap Har Prashi Jarishi Susan Tumurvare Asorni Kanavan Rom to Har de Arstasi Hinapniri Kerata Ruswar Janki Marta Ramrasi and Tumara Pasasara or Margia Das Tumara Barchan Ramko Population Amjanan Gerdut Masarabe and Kor Guver Pojari Charamjanam Hari Barkari or the Flashi Nanti Hanuma Serti Sorbet Sorkari Sankar Kartemite Sapira Josimira Hanuma Obera JJ Harmankos in Kripkaru Gur Yarnahin Jusaba Petkarko he Chorter he Marhaso Court he Joya Parte Harmochris Horia Sigari Sati Goddess Sira Sarahari Chira Korsheta Sornar Ye Main Dera Povarna Sangkabaram Gomor Rubram Lekansita Sarkita Harda Basahu Sorbu Haraga Vashri Sabrasa Javum Pabur Kineshranam Charandi Variamu Namahapur Omem Him Gloom Nagabati Batali Vari Parahumuki Parahumuki Adatini Namaharun Tartini Nama Jametini Nama Mohemohini Nama Sabasabini Nama Sarvadus Salam Services Servad Varex Jor Mukati Shubas and Manam Kurkuris Gompas and Gloom Taita Australia Fatswa Animani Manema Maneshira Shiriti Shabita Sumukubutta Abishab Shabi Shabi Subi Shabi Shai Genis Shabitara Shari Nevita but the Tatan Nevita and Reshudan Kurea de Shugashan Same Body Bigari the Romari Shet the Sugin Shanabashu Bashu Dariman Shana Rasha Shatai Baromane and Tayas Ramburikumu Piarera and reaching Richi United Tonadi Arina like boy Kenekandadis and Adimatogi Koriborshani and Chita Bini they should have Hachi, but I said they should have Batani, should be Batani, should Batani, should be Avishani, should be Karani, so we Hagar and that's Rate, so be Shikiara, and I sort of a sure said, sort of decided to show Sharai, Togi, Shelby Carry, I say. On your money, money, Sericadit, some Sabita, Santa Muka, the Tamasama, some massage, I seen a certain submitted the following old episode, Sunny, do on Tadini Vista, I've been Taripari should be fully already saksi sama-sama boleh kita mempariksi sambil nekotani nekore bye-bye spetone matu-matu serte rutuk saya percaya betul bahwa namanin tais bahwa swala maha swala kukitu kemuku ke ada pada notavati tini sitini notane notavati swaha teteta tetena trevana tetena nari swaha kari kada te mekaran dalai padang kasang kuli brusali sisi swaha Honor, honor, mor, mi, mor, gire, arjare, richare, morlo, Charlie, morti, morlo, solo, Warisolo, Sharlo, Shol, Chai, Chari, Penir, Shar, Derich, Lutornia, Kerposhol, Borger, Icharnir, Mir, Tirti, Erbiarndolo, Militerlo, Tiardamori, Shurdi, Oljol, Morshol, Lialoli, Bolo, Lishol, Jasi, San Mosaupo, Portirli, Gidi damo borli sirer senkerner kur sharbi pusher jordi mardo lo mardo zorcha dorio loro jo or sharlo we charier doria erpolo e morona doria colimo e colio germo gerlerli lo pordi Leodo Porligini, where Jeremy Gerni, Nerli Cherni, Ler Cerpo, Diarle Nalino, Nali, Nalu, Nalu, Jolalo, Ermi, Corlican, Corlicharn, Duli Mornankir, Chancorle, Polo, Shani Yadilierti, Lurier. Termin yiti luati luiti luni loji noji ertanti tanto poli tanto geoshe ritanto geotu lijo tolijo tolo poli porto boshan misa porto lonia podor nisa poposha et piorbo Naujo erpo domine serinker poljar ner serinker nekerto orni ar senker serinker por blir le po serinker do lo de bolo di sapo se di san bor di cari sarpo da morjo bolicia di sapo sa dolorpo Giorgello Nokia di Genepia Jerry di Sarsak Sahu Sasakum Sahu Ong Hung Chang Ong Tong Saw Pumpkin Saw Ong Gring Glong Gong Gong Ong Sing Haring Ara Ring Ong Hero Sar Hara Bong Bong Dum on grinding glong on plumbing on grinding glong on grinding glong on Donny glong plumbing glong something song glong something song sing on doom something song on sing on sing kling ha on her wasar wanking so bong bong the Nici naram pasha datu fomu shuku naram machivi humu shu naram nasa baba tramira naram na teshaharu fukushu shu naram mamugi serayu kushi nore omuru guru kanale matagi swaha buchiram bushu nama bagbani sunishe muru skuru chwala tesu suru kana suru borto sadani swaha shorkanchi se boso omlolik swaha de sishu boso swaha tata bosu nama samata karam kuruna and barbe tarin tiadini swaha sinju kaji se boso ompashu dharma hi kaji se boso baba umpat swaha Chuchimin Kajisa Bosu Mahokuna Kai Swaha, Jotai Kajisa Bosu Makara Korikondi Swaha, Nordin Kaja Bosu Parmesali Swallow Home Concord Sata Umpashare Satwaha, Arnia Bosu Shishuta Vijay Swaha, Fusion Bosu, Samis Swan Monjo Bosu, Manamakana, Moroku Bosu, Matris Vajis or Bosu Haha, Bismai Swaha, Ukorzo bosu namar kaska bari amalika mari muri swaha ni koro bosu su nami toto swaha koro bosu kambari swaha for dor mo namar sampesanam kanam rosana sutai hum tratam bosan so my home sun bani sun bau jas hum pari kundari my home am hum pandai to my home sri kalaru hum kam swaha kuri yaso my home suraya so my my home merga bosu snisa paso sarva hum pam hu jago my home ro kana swaha som boji kumbai kumbai swaha Ungen seong gung kenong pujara chora chom swaha te shiro chiom transi swaha chikukutenum trasara prananan swaha so chotenum seki patai swaha tomukutenum virubat senangit patai swaha tomotenum visuari swaha benzaitenum swaha taikukutun umaha karari swaha kichichotum karari surya swaha karitamum durmale harit swaha taikin tromle swaha marishit marisi swaha taishong kongkitinum swaha Umam Bram Brahar, name Sirhari, Bram name Partum Veramanari, Avin Mahe, Haranya Garbari, Ade Mahitano, Brahma Prachudaya, Tom Charum Kari, Mahe Masro, Ade Mahitano, Brahma Prachudaya, Tom Aim Clean Sausage Chicken from Brahmaja Shanam Kartaram Purus V, Maram Purusho, Venabaham Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Do Maswara Guru Sacha, Param Brahmasha Shmesha Kurvema, who second cat pentium kabina horror the apim ken boss su tu nezor korti have apostate or to your stefan and the second mat you sort you to that the bar to for do cardio shakarun karon kanti on the website karun never rush you never win up them support him above ayu turke hit ne comes ne have never just have on a picture bu Problem si vocifer din rinning gerdingen mota marki se köper för gotor nord Rumänien romoskerldus kurve fjord björd figar för din orti rigid och frigväg deg vertikis värta hinges i gas deg dag under barn go frodi vin wiska cirka Verrier Wilsonskor verliefskortungskerfischer Gang skaf you know for the hearing the ending corning for goes in good or only briefly to be framed the sweet doors with dear york or I have carried your soon trophium dear he vi är levt djur och mors ni får med everything går getting get miro gal ner Ordulme Boribor Besordin Belibeb Su Mungambergen Mirosri Vishli Nordri Sudri Midgorasa to North Nord Nagla Pari Odo near the Oterlinga so Teski Fraxi Rinvaci Monditil Lun Soro Focus Fins Pierius Piperki Shermi Perfim Spur Harti from Sor Beyond the area the Borgland Chamber World Mosorsier Dori 9 year be noon 3 shoot 3 goals 3 base 3 at the earth Berlin near 9 nerving Dane beef your buff for Nordi or Norway Moit feet near V garden of Indo for Kili for belly through in leg lead Beer Grar Mars in Jordan Cross for a quarter Yerlock Ori tu von Vori Fili Vorosiro Feliu for Stipe Scarpine Rofin Yerkinskardi Fu Frosti Finkinar Jagdazir Wurfer Tandius Corbrita Blicker near him Bjor Valesifian Skirt Dem Erling Berberg Rasvarag Swasur Watsvig Deloni Vinsbola Saras near Wotin Frig Lord Avinaya Panaya Visnudam Maria Manasa Maria Visayama Grasa Nambutarayam Vistararia Tararia Samsara Sagara Tara Divyaruni Karande Parimala Bar Squarde Suripati para verde baba baya de vande yapi para pargamen natatava hamna mama kinas bam samudro hitaranga varka na samudro nantaranga hitora narka bitan lunja tanu jaktu lamial to mitra Thursday varti namba parti kimba bataskar vara matsra vir tibra rai rabatavar Tasarda basurantano mesbara pali palio bavarta baba babeto hamda modara guna bandera sundara varantara verda gopinda baba jalar di matar bandara para mamdara marapana yata bam menane yarana karuna maria sorar naran karawani tabarko corona iti sat pari mari ya barasara roje sara basar tuiti param hamsa Ari Praja Karas Sia Sri Govita Bharya Vapurjya Parasisya Sia Sri Machakara Gabavarta Kortos Paristotram Sam Vurnam Kubarunan Sri Dasaraja Rodun Svaranang Shimpara Tarmo Tandatani Utani Kumpuri Daxin Utami Vrata Daya Varum to Dera Vrata Sana Sampono Dinarati Chanara Sakadaya Lashmi Samaru De Lashmi Virajita Rupo Tarpuri Dharma Samro Soro Saraka Nindi Svaru Nir Lambo Nidi Nambari Balakani Yaran Tani Kunakaranis Karmoni Baravana Variaga Samoroju Navasan Paravraka Menchukaran Disar Mahal Gunakaran Virta Yajnigo Yosana Sarkada Shalamburiya Sharara Sarkar Raja Kanro Ramardi Soranjago Rajo Purchita Ishri Varsatra Vardaria Viyarka Maramalasa Vijayo Vimalo Bando Bandu Janavasala Veru Barksabia Tarmo Veravis Fotor Murkas Viviarato Sananda Sazarati Samarata Samana Rata Samyo Sarva Parande Parniarakar Suprito Sulava Surubo Sora Karya Dura Darta Samagana Priya Saksara Veba Sri Varajita Swahana Samprito Akelanda Pravartaga Vyorakana Sampritam Tarswaratana Priya Lakamparama Varsi Ahankari Vavarjitu Darbyadur Dharma Vebabunavara Harna Kinoreso Visravaran Kakaparvataga Salav Samariur Zaviagumala Vikara Karajo Local Panulo Boru Sulaksana Slabar Surbaga Surtu Sinkanara Priya Santusunan Kuperta Suswarta Surana Barca Hasar Barga Majno Sumati Sorbede Bargana Karkasin Karasarada Sriman Parabajurti Parapara Sabadi Kura Sapana Saranyo Dinabasar Babari Paparna Suradi Saran Danta Sarvaguno Beta Surendra Saivara Baba Visvarto Vitar Beriara Shorantar Protocol Postes from Suserbi Vendenetina Preno di Purusa Sriyam Devendran Sedemni Hameti Sri Kuberastur Omyasharya Kubaraya Vishravara Yadana Danyasa di Pataria Dana Danyasa Bria Der Mer Davadi Taparias Waha Om Shrim Hain Klim Shrim Klim Vishvaraya Noha Om Shrim Klim Shrim Kubaraya Shalashmi Mamakri Hedanam Paraya Paraya Namaha Om Him Shrim Lakshmi Him Sahaswaha Om Him Yakshaya Kubaraya Vishravara Yadana Kakashana Yasarva Loka Vasangara Yadana Danya di Padaria Dana Danya Sembrur di Arne Deri Dapari Swaha Om Him Shrim Kumaraya Namaha Om Yakshaya Rajaya Ben Maria Lekadasaya Dermahi Tana Kupera Prajunair Zikir Compasiana Compasi Dingerki Compasi Dingerana Compa Zikugi Mukampa Zikir Compasi Ana Compa Zikir Compasi Ana Compasi Dingerki Compasi Dingerana Compa Agakumashka Sana Zikir Compasi Ana Compa Zikir Compasi Ana Compasi Dingerki Compasi Dingerana Compa Lugala Borag Muro Zikir Compasi Ana Compa Om Namo Trat Pararan Sumbaragam Magata Metroya Matasomba Narusani Samentum Brahma Saraswati Shararupa Shiva Vishnu Vyavata Karami Sumani Sumbam Vashram Pat Shrim Him Him Glum Gunapataya Paravarosa Vorsha Shani Vashamani Swahata Poshari Vermaya Vakarundaria Dirmayatanu Ranjuner Shati 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 Om Karahari Aksayatam Ham Kum Kuparaya Tamalam Buddha Yadama Om Kring Karing Karing Om Kanataya Dharma Vakarundaria Dirmayatanu Prachudaya Om Shri Him Him Doom Jwala Jwala Shulya Chaya Shamani Shasapasa Tom Sumar Samarakshi Malam Guru Dushukra Hamum Patswa Arunam Kururan Karangi Shabdu Pushan Kusha Pushpa Bara Chapa Baby Vera Rutan Yeva Papa Papa Shri Mara Shri Mara Agni Shri Mara Seneshwar Jetagni Gunis and Buddha Korea Sumura Oria Baru Sarasraha Joro Baru Sana Vita Jaragi Sharupa Peshari Kuran Kunan Kushwala Runo Pachu Pardana Pachatar Mantra Seka Nijara Prampapura Macha Paramharna Mandala Champaka Shoka Parnarika Saraka Tikalaska Chakaru Penda Manishi Kanekutea Manti Mission Rekipa Shadal Kistara Jovita Rupendronic Lankamon Lukanabi Vishisha Varanas Mankaria Kuratora Chilikubarkura Chimpari Bahar Chanamina Balo Chana Navachampapa Bispa Parlasa Rajit the Kadita the Skadibanas Barana Basura Kandama Manjari Kanapur Manu had Kaki Kali put it up on Dupa Mandala Paramara Shira Dash Paribabi Capital Board Nava Petruma Bambashina Kari Adana Charha the new Gomas Deep the Vatas Kasia Babra Brasil Ratishanda Suri di betul dapat bijam swaha saki parkela kam suri di betul kapri datam cape beri guarea sari neasung kasia Babra Barasar nama sarasi berarti chanda nama muke suri di betul dapat ya nama tedi yang bishari ya nama gui swaha sakari ya nama pario paita kriya tama nama boyu beni kuya tama sama geti area sari nes kamu bisi biar nama tim rajim biar nama harim kami bam nama ni yang make biar marin kadis ya biar nama mungkin tertar plasa nama Iti karinya si kroma dei gat namari so pas saras vam ke pasar ka ka yum tri pasor kroma sra petit sinya so pasor merati vi bar ram de pada te ma de skali spadi kini di pati di te para srum jang mi am pli ami ke karam samat pamen ke sami ke pa jam vi mai ka du ma ka te ya ai mi ke de jam vam ter mi gane ver di ami ya mi sum sum mi ke sum ka ra jam sum pam cha pam ma 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 le ma ma ya so da ma so da puni ka ta bari ke sarinya so mani si di da pa ru ma tro ma sira guru prasira umnatus riti betul matron krim ham berger iap saya hidung berger krim pas bahas sedang ini sekroma daya harim sepas semaham sekai pas magayumi menteri pasal kroma sarabeti disingani sebut pasal mayarti TV mo kadayan di betul ma David dia sekali pada pinin di betul di behe bara sermon juga memang puisi tidak mereka kan semua sama ia puisi yang beberapa mereka itu beberapa yang ada mereka di dalam suami beberapa mereka yang dalam ini biar yang isem sebab mereka sebab semua pam biat ia trikom nama sekolah pam sebiar batu menjadi persana mesir Jepang teman matrom umpama savada memberi tidak sebab beberapa sebelum kuris memberi ya sur biar yang kata himiau sira nama Ingen is hörgrein honoso goros or bamna joro to sortio marliha sen to meret markets da benen gebri di begalari gargin dir mekero merdi morgo main tale verdi per teosik por spiritual por mot ekmont noro por sport mek para hier few neor marik hai mani ori pi mar premi ren per morner den or was or da borsier mer vis was sarder Närstjernes vår nivåanseende varden boppen min kapfus genun gon gras verki en barbarsiane barsomjar björ mers av nipar mer renskar pusor skarat sorrena salor stena bas forskorun groin grönum puti solbar sornen serning mana hindi horkori hom men jorbu sor nervisi avar sorri artikni Navy avar minken satti solution Navy har borsa vigartu kunjung kurlo extrol getting kopar back tux no kommer in jang no kono kopu in morgin hertu of ni karantor tan kurmat to katot sala berlu para sebab kor hortom jum bu apol blue lords me bu at the tal bu mon ten gear skopo oktor bu teor tu tur tir tir bor ku bor blinds but against fontor go ons pre bor mor bo mor short or mor control den heim bitching kur so gin ku par cooks ever say por workshop scripture premises por bli online potential purpose Monsignor Marshall Primo Guru Durina Norm Paramilikan Morgan Guru Burgo George Busher Dorin Sagbi Horn Bun Belgori Bo Viking and Europeas Bor Sertier Merspero Riki Barja Borsmok no Blum Warfat Norigi no Look Bernablen your prince friend Langer your prince Pref Darwin Martin and Berlip Semera Orket Terabata Truk Mogocella per la bixomnista de Torrentena ter ton pregeterona grande termela per twenturus in dangers ring to work for Lee Norse or ser race er two frölich lin monek lom blue loom comfort Alfred Twenturus in dangers ring war for League Norse or race er two frölich lin monek lom blue loom horse way so we what read Rossi Rose correzione difficile io trovo corum benenis ne simprintos coris virti violento solentules if se correne dominus pensar vis estrat na vis coris non difficile siede possibile postum distincar de dominators omnipotens resurrection et terminus mentium and quis morno nis victori constituto nihilium conflictor corpus merni visu borum minstrum corpus dolo terturus magnificentis arring arbaring mak Drake war for me rocks cum saxorum in versum mortumo parum dana tabulum in quatum tracordis Nerdi mordor nerdor de monga chardena chefatormoco mor samasamo osor chamo zero non troco fosfos fotos fiorten v osicul scelani mushiti cosimoshito macalatum cutum osibraritum capritum namritum ashashu kashaptu kashapiarni eleni tumi bararni eli au estari ususi ri au ali meri ambu sana quindi kula salu shawar masarna Arlupori Purtiti Aru Brusur Mermashriti Aru Martu Elili Nubuzi Ardutizi Arditizi Sarimi Awani Rabutishimaya Zabadi Dini Dina Lakilim Dara Pursalam Kishatia Ukashapti Ashar Shepishi Aru Umesh Repshi Ais Masarati Sharmushim Shurushi Shalimuti Pishiru Luli Sharmushiru Jushariku Narni Murti Yarki Masa Uli Taturkshari Pushu Kishpiki Mata Abdili Sharniki Shushi Purturu Tusha Soluku Skala Matusha Maraseri Nagi Bidigu Yalani Mushir Salomani Yar Napagrita Kira Dupira Salomani Yar Napagrita Kira Dupira Salomani Yai Dipagri Tushni Aladu Pira Samani Nish Dipagri Tushni Aladu Pira Samani Yaki Max Pagri Takira Dupira Samani Yar Ina Kolari Dakira Dupira Samani Yai Nai Gari Dabzadu Pira Salmani na escorpari tushni alari pira samani yai nibi sharrekta zadu pira samani yara gishwara kira jupira Zilingen and Kabazilingen and Kabazilingen and Lulen Kabazilingen and Lulen Kabazilingen in Kurkodin Kabazilingen in Kurkodin Kabazilingen in Rashorim Kabazilingen and Rashorim Kabazilingen in Dulas and Kabazilingen in Dulas and Kabazilingen in Dula Kabazilingen in Udela Kabazilingen and Meshora Kabazilingen and Meshora Kabazilingen and Maran in La Lake Kabazilingen and Amara in Lerka Kabazilingen Masa Dari Dara Bolemakan Sininger bordol kore kon getting and capacity and any door I think Garanura and Sabun Kasare Nanakampa, Singana compositing get key compositing get do compositing get no book compositing get stock compositing get shot musher to compositing and get a core compositing and madu compositing and any bit or compositing get a compositing get a peak compositing and in the Rodagi compositing and in the ring Koragi compositing and any bibila sharaki compositing and any Kurkaraki sharing babaragi compositing get another get a calendar kapaka move. Sulala sur kidim sur mula sur ringger sur masur siana kembaziki compositing getting the lala korkodeki compositing getting loling korkodeki compositing getting babila shariki compositing getting korkodeki compositing geranu nading ger kalian and compositing gerana compositing gerki compo papa rararam tilmat larda papa rararam dari kaya ya Ragas di mur natam karas di mur not had of tubisur gorbi mur not lazur gorbi mur not take dimsur bi mur not there galazur galbi mur not there dim gets gorbi mur not mi ar nabi ar na hashbi ar bar bi arish kashati arti makin kashatu shatori gotar Om Hayaguri Variatnam Hom Apisnar Vietnam Hom Kesavarianam Hom Budusarani Yanam Hom Kubindari Yanam Hom Prakaksari Yartam Hom Visnar Venam Hom Visumbarari Yanam Hom Harari Yanam Hom Adika Yartam Hom Savai Yanam Hom Savatari Yanam Hom Santara Yanam Hom Neradari Yanam Hom Nerakarari Yanam Hom Nerasaya Yartam Hom Neraparavari Yanam Hom Neranjanari Yanam Hom Neskalankari Yanam Om Tataria Namom Maria Namahom Sera Maria Namom Saxena Namo Saraya Namom Savarakaria Namom Srimatan Nama Om Lotari Saya Namom Sivaria Namom Sara Saradaria Namom Berabarate Namo Berabararia Namom Berabaria Namom Parakara Maria Namom Panaria Namom Pania Namom Punya Namom Kataria Namom Paraparia Namom Paramarna Nama Om Parasma Nama Parasaria Namom Parikaria Namom Pararia Namom Sarvera Marikaria Namom Berusa Namom Besavera Parakaria Namom Sako Paranis Peria, Tamonis Calarianum, Sabriscarte, Namahom, Mascanamalam, Starianamum, Parapatarianum, Prana, Sarianum, Sarianum, Sarania Yatamum, Parasarianum, Santarianum, Tatarianum, Jitu, Tatarianum, Triatamum, Jagamaria Yatamum, Jarmatarianum, Jivarianum, Jadayatamum, Jarea Sanayanama, Japriatamum, Japianum, Japacatenum, Precatenum, Papenum, Vivianum, Bisruparianum, Bisrugotanam, Verusarianum, Verusariatamum, Sanitarianum, Sankararianama, Sre Pradarianum, Maya, Musre Sampatarianum, Misparianum, Satarianum, Manatarum, Parianum, Plantarianum, Priva Patarianum, Moritarianum, Paritarianum, Salvacinum, Tamaharari. Jaramar Sarkayanam Jalinam Prana Barabarianam Janadarianam Vakamarianam Yuginam Yugikarianam Sarvakabartariam Gianam Marnenam Sarianum Sarasana Sarianam Paramasan Sarianam Biskopranam Rajanama Saris Paraskasarianam Home Janam Utarianam Badavarmata Itarianam Sariskas Vanam Parivaravi Kitaro Parianam Barakarman Nama it is free high grios to Tara Sana Mavali, O Manataya, Homasaria, and Momayanamo, Kulukari, and a moment Vikamari, and a moment Misatarian, or one Patarian, a moment Karabariana, Mobis Supria, Mobis Yayanamo, Mariana, Mahams, Visararia, Mosasaria, Mosarisitania, Nama, Umasopandi, Tarikanama, Homarkan, Darin, and a moment Kararian, Momara, Panayana, Masrutia, Namomara, Parian, Mombaladia, Namopascaria, Mombaracaria, Nama. Barangkali namo babsarani namo barjavani namo paravisitari namo paravisitari namo politika bari namo tamaharali namo dapikara namo darandara namo kesaparamajaya namo kaurupari namo vigadapari namo umikanandara namo besmatari namo damgatrai namo bisopi namo bisumbarari namo sakaparani namo sakamalari namo suprimumbarari namo saranani namo pakasara namo paparasani namo Umpramadari namo Kandari namo Barangandari namo Saya nama berada sekali nama pada salah nama berbatanya nama berbatalari nama muda sekali nama lupa saya nama siapa nama pada jaya nama umpanari nama mempunyai nama menikah nama pada saya nama pada karya nama sekali nama berbatalari nama karya nama sesari nama sanhari nama dan hari nama mati nama nama sampu jaya nama berkalari nama niat saya nama dan jaya nama berbatari nama orang jaya nama sabar karya nama Jana Jaya nama bakai nama baju bari nama maharari nama nakani nama wari nama baden kini nama sekarang kita kalari nama jitu kerari nama jiwari nama jaya nama japa nama Biswaru nama Birusaya nama Birasam Sukyaya nama Sore Pradari nama Randaya nama Wisnu Tawari nama Butari nama Butarari nama Wadavasaya nama Navusaya nama Jangaya nama Rupari nama Sari Supaya nama Sakalupari nama Subudaya nama Wadavipekaya nama Sumarakaya nama Umpani Ravi Busani nama Nagandraya nama Iti Naga Dewata Sultana Santan nama Bali Nesjoskostrenos kurlish miha fashion rabnos korum bernos on sher du char garmor shur shortnin shura sien curry smurt sien tiar yalla brasser miersa in true gortiar dasur stargin arden aim arden ter en merchants fjord neermien tierne formatir terna formachi shur tu bebeur tu Georgia crede tu an frir gato doin anta terra maxans piora neurum to artem san gun rob den tam den ranien yongum benacier da diamo shwira se benacier da mo shur na chi benacier da mesamo na bior se benacier mo na bior mer den la sadur taula se shiu Arthur Lear Peru Mur Mer Harches Tardi Burer New Cornier Noris Carcher Zerer Nori Bern Salang Sierti Gier Sur Siern Kir Sierta Cern Barn Marsa Sur Fier La Sard Mod Biget Massa Sur Manater Belly Derts Pure Arsiers for Copier Fur Corspur Cher da Burer Ni Arcer de ordinera Kror der sierra kror der vienen truren kruner mer gosar der nu megan sjuren kror der gosen björn tjure med se dumor sorsen der marker gosen spjur jo mer per ne no re kror Brasnar Erdi Mercer, Gusol Garstjord, Nimpionis Leum, Pierre Gusmo Bu, Ruder Birti Ger Fur, Anna Krur, der Gusfjord, Na Sarnia Chern, Ben Ser, Agus Orgatjord, Nes Lum, Fern. Karachika Lindi Tata Vapina Sandigata Karava Mudaberi Nadi Varatana Kamala Savatama Rupa Ramasarambu Brahmara Parati Kana Sarjita Paro Jaganas Swaminanda Patakami Babaratume Uje Savia Verdum Sarasi Siki Pincham Katitate Dukulam Naturantan Sahachangara Kara Sam Viradarte Sardas Remata Varnara Vasati Lila Parichario Jagannath Swami Nena Patkami Bavaratume Maha Bordes Terte Karkaro Cherte Irasi Karte Vasan Prasatan Tata Harsha Padabarturena Balinus Ubadura Mordiar Stala Kasorta Seva Pasarato Jagannath Swami Nena Patkami Bavaratume Korpo Pravora Sajala Jalata Sureno Cherlo Mapane Roma Sporata Madala Pangkor Murika Surindrande Vardia Srutigana Sikira Charito Jagannath Swami Nena Patkami Papartu Mera Taru Ruturu Karchan Partibirta Bordeva Bartalis Tuti Prator Barva Prati Pardar Murkav Kornya Sarar Yada Sandor Bar Sokala Jakarta Sindustaria Jagannath Swami Nena Patkami Papartu Me para Bramar Dera Kumaria Dalo Purana Yoni Varsini Ladruni Ita Charonun Nalanta Sarasi Rasarundo Rada Sarasar Vapor Ringarda Siko Jagannath Nami Naino Patengani Bapartu Me Dalvai Arshera Jana Charkan Kamar Yavi Babam Nayar Cheramanian Lini Kalanjana Karnyam Babar Drum Sarakale Kala Pratar Partina Kita Charito Jagannath Swami Naina Patkami Paratu Meharat Bam Samsaram Trutata Rama Aram Suraparte Harat Bam Paparadam Vita Termar Paradam Viara Parte Ahodera Natar Pam Nihita Charano Nisicita Mer Jam Jagannath Swami Naina Patkami Paparatu Me Jagannath Stakampurni Ya parte prayarta susier sarvar pada pas besok dharma visnul bulkam sarga charati iti sri sankar paryar vercertam jarganat stakaram sampurnam Brahma morari surachida lingum nirmala barsita sarupita lingum Jan Majaruka Vena Sana Vena Sara Lingam Tak Pranamami Sara Siva Lingum Deva Muni Pravashi Lingum Kamarana Karankara Lingam Ravaradar Parvena Sana Lingum Tak Pranamami Sara Siva Lingum Sarva Sukara Surapeta Lingum Bori Vivardana Karana Lingum Siri Sora Sora Vardita Lingum Tak Pranamami Sara Siva Lingum Kanaka Mahamani Borsita Lingum Fari Fari Sita Sorbita Lingum Daksar Sjara Hina Sana Lingum Kapranamami Sara Siva Lingum Kunkuma Charantana Lepita Lingum Pakajahara Sorbita Lingum Sanchita Papa Vena Sana Lingum Kapranamami Sara Siva Lingum Devagara Dasarvita Lingum Vampira Peravachar Lingum Dinakarik Babagar Lingum Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Asadalo Parivestita Lingum Sarvasan Bavas Harana Kring Asadari Venasana Lingum Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Surguru Sora Varaj Pujita Lingum Saravana Puspa Saracheta Lingum para Maka Lingum Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Lingasaka Bayar Tampurti Yam Yapata Siva Sanito Siva Lokamano Kisa Vinasaha Mordate Nataja Nataraja Nartana Sordana Nataraja Jai Shiva Shankar Nataraja Kadama Karanam Priyam Sirambaraya Vihari Marabo pambangu vitas pari rambala lona surkam saram barka makaram saram bur parindaram haram buje jaga gurum sinumana bivavarya samasta bhakta posana swahasa padaka karam pasatrata karati vebhavam nyara sarajar jana paratam karstar murti saranam sastar kanar manalam haram buje jaga gurum sirum param bivavarya Jarakarti tameri tamni talalo karavertam pakarta sarikartam paraka parkala parnam noringa parvavavam kotor pasatarinam parambusha jaga gurum sirum paravi bavariya koringa sarva soberam seram garajaram nar seratam parangara bekara varakara kara chitam karangara karak sakam tarangara Kagamam Harambuja Jagagurum Sinambanam Viva Varia Amandal Barrio Vajana Sumanda Hasasada Mulukam Sumanda Manakameni Yarindra Kanikyata Vam Samam Damam Dalurta Mamanda Yarna Marnoru Harambuja Jagagurum Sinambanam Viva Varia Karindra Karma Varsa Saram Yarindra Kapapari Surendra Murikia Purshitum Nagendra Baharna Priya Ahimsa Bolsonaro Osvala Nagendra Javier Ser Nam Horum Bujaga Borum Sirum Panam Viva Varya Malapaharini Karate Sarabila Sakarin para Pajaranam Lalamaru Palokaram Lasa Paranandra Harinam Javala Trisula Darinam Harum Bosha Jaga Gurum Sirum Panam Viva Varya Sasangka Baro Urtra Paraja Lokaranam Bisa Sasa Sam Gara karena maritam di perlur sabar dar para daram dararat tervirtam haram bojo jaga gorom siram baram viva varia saran tarangga sajaro kapa para sarkar sana marandar cocoran cana bisik sara pikasana siram parekya sakorus paru pamer yang putale sara sibu pera charate sara morana viru era sembarga saguru rirom sara vela seratam Muraligardias Sarupava Marmasakam Saravasa Pralaya Hari Priyoktaranarne Pirias Kaniskana Jagaguru Ranukaha Irti Sri Sirambara Banka Kamarastu Om Shadavana Baba Yar Namaha Om Tapursaya Virmahi Mahar Senarya Virmahi Tanuskanda Prajunar Om Skanda Kartiya Pravarti Priyanandanarya Charmahadeva Kumaraya Sumaram Yayartin Namaha Agasyu Vachanastu Barandaravandarya Paravravindarya Surkakarariyar Sarana Nayar Nerta Vigaram Gari Hararna Dasad Nurbara Panamastur Yam Prana Trihantra Kotra Samastarja Manur Rataram Datar Ratal Para Tarakasya Hantra Prakarta Stora Tarakasya Amorta Mortaria Sahasramotaria Guararia Gariayara Paraparia Parparaya Paraparia Namostur Tubyam Siki Vahararia Namosturum Brahmaveram Vararia Digambarariam Bararam Tarya Harayaram Varaya Harapa Varia Namo Haraya Haraya Rataser Tapaswaruparia Tapodarayar Tapaparanam Pratiparakarya Sakumaraya Kamara Mamerne Tuning Christ Vaya Virajerne Nama Namostur Turbiam Sarajarama Veraho Pratata Surya Runa Data Parakarantariya Palaya Kabapara Pramaria Sarmutariya Yamarna Torias Mirustamo Yama Tarman Dosen Namor Namo Garanaratia Garayar Namostur Charmajar Ratikaria Namo Vesakaria Sura Sarti Palnaria Sarvasya Natasya Kumakarya Kor Tara kamarar karya swaheryam gengaya kar karke sevya durbyam sarata namotu siri sri sri skande haporana kasekane pankave marsati tamoryaya sri karake star Scaruvacho y Wisparo Mahasara Karke Valegara Skarda Kumoro Sardi Swami Sankara Zimbabwe Karge Yastamarar Kudaskar Brahmakari Sariki Varja Tarakari Roma Butur Kurun Kargi Sarana Sabda Brahmar Samudras Karsita Sasvarlo Guarsana Kumuru Barakam Von Burgamus Palabroda Surajarma Garantisa por Varjor Multi Kursor Varkambar Borneta Karbalan Sheet Atopkator Sarna Sarvisa Martir Marni Margi Arti Apote Produce Suradaria Rutomuku Vargas Parti Barvet Mahamantro Mayar Niti Mama Namar Nurkir Tarna Mahaprashna Mavar Noti Natura Karya Vikarana Radishri Rura Yamal de Prajna Vivarda Karyar Sri Markati Sutram Narada Uvacha Maria Sarasa Devam Gori Putram Veneyarakam Bhaktavarsyam Smarantiya Marius Karmarsararie Pratarmam Bakra Rondarm Share Karatan Divyakam Tritiariam Chusapingar Sarn Garvar Trom Chaturtarkar Lambodaram Parchatmam Chasatam Vikatarneva Chasaptarmam Vera Nara Charam Chandra Param Tatastarmam Nalaman Balasar Chandram Chardasamam Tu Venayarkam Mekalasam Kana Partim Dwarasam Tu Olkara Shararam Varasar Tarni Marlarni Trisaryam Paten Nararia Cha Verdanarbiam Tasyar Sarva Sirikaram Paramveriarte labarteveriam darnarti labarteranam putrati labarte putram mortarti labarte gardinja percarna partisotram sabre peramaser palam labaret sampatsaren serim chala partenatra sapsaria asabiobra mararias char ligirvaya paraparia tasya vidyambabet sarvagana sasya Prasarati Ishri Sananara Poaranasa Kasanana Narunama Garesto Urtrom Advitrava Stalma Verta Prajanava Jarnam Samparana Daraya Surtamara Namasima Ruorpam Pador Posanara Tam Pranatikava Sam Devamura Karapi Navami Korpasamu Oram Nata Janava Kartava Prakavalasya Dere amara yorosno everbara borva tarasya Sri Bhavara nominam Mahavisnum Verava Dari Vyaskakre Haram Tamo Hardum Satura Pikar Naribim Narariva Puvarsam Narmami Tam Visnum Para Ripur Yasa Dara Jasa Sarko Narma Pesare Messerna Kara Jagale Rati Yasam Vande Prala Tarport Vade Gyani Garimar Pranama Jana Parakarte Karvati Divisa Saro Hayarne Pralada Parlarnam Siton Karuterna Marmiyasta Mahal Maradina Dura Karaleam Kara Japra Vidor Jata Sora Disam Kara Maraj Borja Araja Varkyam Kara Serva Koratam Prakavada Harma Merne Murgena Radruva Porsa Samyosankan Kantartam Praktikaro Sipai Ariaso Kartabaya Tada Mervitaria Prasedioria Diara Samioria Amor Iti Shringinderi Jaga Guru Sri Chakar Davate Sampavya Narsimha Sarbarati Swandini Verasitum Sri Nirasima Saptapakum. Chính trị sổ say thầy thiện hiện tán hữu thiện sổ say bầu miệng hồi xén chỉ xíu mình lính sinh sinh là những thành muốn dùng chú phủ song kiến chỉ chịu rô đến hình kiến của sổ sinh sổ chẳng khu sổ xén thu hồi sổ bệnh sẽ sinh trình lương thu mình nhận trình lô kiên chia sinh có chế vẽ sinh hữu bệnh kẻ sinh Yen dan yaning wotong shen shi sharon len yaron doki tan kun ji jiro li ling shen jo ling bor tin jun nan wei shen jing di shi hon pu wor shang jor ning king rong ba hu do shen fer yu chu ku chun chu wor sher wei wo shen ji jiro li ling and to the shen jor yo chi yan zen por wor wan ting yor por shen kon tu ri shi linh chốn vô số vô xa vô đeo vô chinh chúa đi sang xin đô nêu về xin kinh kẻ phanh quay bê số tan tinh thế sống do mình sâu giá xin có gì theo yến hình lý dân xin hẹn đi xin chúa hẹn đi xì rèn hình kết bên xin đông xuống số chú không linh thế chốn và phanh quay xin xíu vô xì rèn xin bố của mình vô vô xíu Carlo Torganta Jorn John Jor Forge Doran Chari Warren Conscience Jor Yosin Wen Ji Song Yi Ban Kyo Bing Yan Nan Nanjing Tu Wei Ba Han Se Wen Mo Wen So Shu She Wo Jun Jorn Bori Jor Sat Dor Ki Chang Kun Ji Jiru Li Ling Jor Wang Shi Candy Zhong Zhong Wan Ke Bering Ding Warren Jor Wan Sing bo shin tong shoren che ne wei war lo yur jur fo yu shin tong shor wo shin shi bo sharan ting shi wu bo wen bo lo dan di yang do korn shin sho chi yu pan shen yor ming shan che sher wei wo de shin wen wan shin cho le yi shi lai ting guo yu sharan dan chang wen wen shin ne yu pe lai shin yan dong joy xiu yu ke ching 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 gun shor shan fu fu jaran ji ji ru ling chu shan chen shor do yor shen yor shen xia xing shou zhong ru yu lu hun kun der kan chen ling xia pan John Peter Leon, Jorn Leon, Sharon Guanto Ding Dar, Jordan Gigi Rulli Ling, John Yun Jorn, Sharon Taylor, Ju, Jorge Sergio Jar, Gier Jar, Ho Chen Ho Fo Bang, Ho Hei Yi Zheng Xier Wu, Ji Sharon Huang Ren, An Bei Ne Shu Yer, Yan Dong Zhang Xier Shuling Fu, Yuan Xi Zhang Shan Guan, Chen Wan Dan, phố số số kiu mình kiu vô chẳng kề men gì kharen chen lori ni kapu your min jaren your line your share sang jaren du Namo Helara Lorlaya Yanamo Walia Polo Sharanti Shobolaya Porti Saran Doporia Porhera Saran Doporia Borhera Jarulorni Jarahea Hong Sapola Pai Shu Aloriari Ger Nam Morsi Gerolero Yamalia Polo Gerisi for la Lento Ponamolo La Gentishi Herfordor Chamesa Povatoto Shor Peringashi Yunsa Porsa Dona Porsa Dona Por Mortia Morfa Terdo Vagitar Honga Polo Gerolgia Dersa Shor de Yishi Limo Per Portisado Saposa Mola Morsi Moshili to Yorum Julu Julu Jula Maring Dulu Dulu Fashe Yati Mo Hefashe Ye Di Tola to La Di Liam Nishipola Yejera Jela Mo Pa Mo La Modi Li Yishi Fana Shi Na Lashin Po Lashe Yerli Farshe Shen Polashe Ye Hulu Molam Hulu Shili Shola Shola Shili Shulu Putu ya Midli Lur Dili Rola Jinchi Dili Serni Napo Yano Mor Nasopo Heji Tor Yasopo Helmo Hergir Tor Yasol Po Hergir Torio Gir Shor Po Laia Sopo Hello La Jinchi Sopo Hemo Lalo La Sopo Hergi la singamukia lia sopo he shopo moher agirto ya sopo her gergila hargirto ya sopo he borto boger girtor ya so poke chilolo la genchi puke la yes so poke mo po li senjala so po henna mo la na do la ye yana mo wali ya polo jial di so po la yes so poke on jian diar di tu mandula bar tor yes so poke Bore Bolomir Doroshin Jingen Jarije Pusha Shen Shen Po Rebolo Modir Sho Shir Jar Jorwo Your King Jer Kong Do you care Kur Sher Liji Shir Kong Wong Ya Sher Sher Shi Kong Kong Sher 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 Shoshin Shing Shi Yir Puro Sher Sher Li Shi Fu Sha Kong Jong Bor Shin Bu Me Bu Kor Jing bo shan shi ku kong chong wo she wo shor zhang xing shi wo yan or bi xia xia xiang wo she xiang zhang wo tu fa yu fan der ne shi wo yi shi she wo ming jen ne shi wo ye o shi ye wo le o shi chen wo ke che mer dor wo shi i wo de i wo so de gu portisar to Yerbore bolor mirgor tor chergu quaraiku wariku warrior combo yanni tiar dur mong jangjur or jerne pansan shir jopo ibore bolor mi torgo der narto lord san mior sat ikushi bore bolomir loshita Shi Ming Zhou Shi Wu Shang Zhou Shi Wu Ding Ding Shong Ne Chu Yer Ker Kur Jian Shi Bo Shu Bo Zhou Shor Bo Re Bo Lor Mo Lor Li Dor Zhor Jier Shol Zhol Yor Jier Di Jieri Bo Lor Jier Di Bo Shor Shang Jier Di Puti Sa Po He Nan Mo For To Yen Nam Mo Da Mo Ye Nan Mo Deng Yer Ye Nam gun jer jare pusha mohe shario da bar jar jara jitu wan jo jar la pari jendur moni mo ebo teng me lulu di ja shola ha jela sharia hong ba sha ena bota bor jendo mor ni so ba ho an bala to bor nan mi hong nam mo san mando mono tor nana bola di hedur Solang nanda shito kwan keji hong ruwala bola ruwala disecha shili shishari show posha shandija shili show wa henamo photo yenamo damo yenamo senke yenan jidi hulu jidulu jili boji li poji dali buli show wa Anamo Bager Guardiamala Minda Juliana Sorbini Shishirta there is your life Yata Gerdarie Ala Erde Shersan Jansan Boraye Dani Yatanan Lipa San Sinken Lipali Sudada Lamar Dikena Sang Mawo Yedi Saba Wa Bishudima Hena Wai Yarmali Wasli Shuwanamo Bokyada Bardi Tisha She Julu Bear Lurli Bolapo Hela Shaye Darto Shadoya la he di san yon san bo toya da ji toang pisha shir pisha she san mo di shu he hong mana bari mer hong mageni yara naran charo dara bar daran chate jara wer dalik kesa oro wata bor kena bu nada bor lir bu der bar Malo Solai Yesu Helipo Herli Podicur Hercu Heditolol Near Dini Lear Herdir Pirinidi O Her Cardiger Link Carindar Bonito Corviato Torquia Toria Torlider Tor Mili Dubo Pier Mili Dorsi Tanpo Pier Mili Dor Pier Jarlan Dia Mili Dor Pijaran Do Cambiarni Yanoshito Jarlini Asoro Porhe Namo Photo Namo Damo Nanmo Senke Nan Moshili Moheri Bernyarni Haberto Moli Borno Sherli Shanmaranto Dashani Mohepi Hello Kerati San Matojo Politi Fulino Alino Amodi Mohepiku Biberti Mohemerlerti or Borsaring Kerti Gerdi Gerseki Gerdi San Maranto Atuano Bolor ni Jordan Yarni Shakuatin Jun Ler Huyo Well Thorm Shorm Yor Shier Yor Shorn Jorn Miosi Mern Yendi you wait that you beg Shengarmor yo weary Pulu Shor Chiashen Yo Ho Man Hu sharing she shen yi shi bi chen chen yen dan la fu yi shi bi shan yan ning li ching xing chu yan ning wu nai Harte heye yayo gichi mani to koko miki somo pogo war. Harte heye yayo gichi mani to koko miki somo pogo wa. Okiwa nixista mitaki. Heyo harna. Heyo harna. Heyo teria torabi aikina. Heyo teria torabi aikina. Yorte riator tardi vorgin archini yorte ator tardi vorgin archinio yahi you nivahu he you niva he you nivahu yahi you niar ninar hernerna he yahi nahi ninahi you nivahu yahi you nivahi yahernerna Yani sini hawana, yani sini hawana, hini swavira kini, hini swavira kini, ni tui na hohu, ni tui na hohu, warasina na hohu, warasina na hohu, ni himasi asisik, ni himasi asisik. Om Nari Yana Vimahe Vasudeva Yadi Mahitano Vishnu Parachudayadom Devakanada Nani Vimahe Vasudeva Yadi Mahitana Krishna Parachudayadom Raposhai Vima Sorakshari Yamahadevari Yadi Mahitano Ruda Parachudayad Omakanandaria Virmar He Vakandari Adi Mahi Dati Parachudayadom Katiyan Gai Virmahe Kamar Komor Der Mahitano Durga Prachodayadom Videvya Char Mahi Kamarajari Adel Mahitano Devi Prachodayadom Mahadevi I Char Mahi Vishnu Partni I Char Der Mahi Tano Lashmi Prachodayat on Murnir Sharkin and Gaspan Bisnati Marchanam Sir Tribas or in Ro or Dear Yas Darmdori Dear Search Torna Tarsidam Dorondon turning to Ruin Messiapon Chor Didi Roiglos Rin Sin Luring Star Nocturne or Cherdon Tias Nium Tebasco Basen on Mionir Ni Dan der Barb Sertam Donin are Stabin Roni Ferro Wort der Borich Rosort der Borich Morter Mor Nord Niederlamor Lerchnin Tibas for Pirashord for Tor Boterchnem Galak Bana der Deutschland and Dorm Dorkastantirum der Schlenim Barlacuor de Brinum Tiorchir nom Sierte Rira Nuorde Orminiorsenet Sercham Serta Conotter Nella Serti Fubro Boris Nariber der Morcher der Durm di Turkila Mar and Surch der only aluar moram sincer charm message Borcher Serbrian search or where kota gor kukum morne sa robaratin spirito noil borsa domine esalustor heru esaluster domine esaluster panasluster domine esaluster krishna esaluster domine esaluster turo esaluster super pablo tum domine benedicto tua Arteheyelo, need you Nishila when you get a kick it, need you Nishila when you get a kick it, Arteheyelo, need a Korea when you get a kick it, need a Kuya when you get a kick it, Arteheyelo, Michin, Shinan, pay my yours, Arteheyelo, any character, any chicara, Arteheyelo, Charon Pawanchi, Charon Murphy, Charon Pawanchi, Charon Murphy, Arte Heyerlo, Arte Heyerlo, Chayani Pikata, Chayani Pikata, Arte Heyerlo, Arte Heyerlo, Hetua Chahil, Charni, or Hetua Chahil, Charni, for Unko Killer Chaya Hell, or Unko Chaya Hill, or Arte Heyerlo, Arte Heyerlo, one Nayan money, one Nayan money, one money, Arte Heyerlo, Arte Heyerlo. Let cho mi ô khăn cái thẻ lô yo let cho mi ô khăn cái thẻ lô yo ta cũng phải charin cả ya na mi quá ya lô yo ta cũng phải ki charin cả ya mấy tao quá ya lô yo what the hey yo what the hey yo way yo way yo min ching shi yi ta wa ki la yi che ya min ching shi yi ta wa ki la yi oh yeah de in cigar picata ci ye o ya te ye in cigar carpe cata ci ye arte ye lo arte ye lo ha ye ya you are ya you la kin hi mi chin chi ya mi la kin hi mi chi ya na waka blaka te ye waka blaka te Unchi he yellow yo unchi hello yo puya chini wasta waka ginker te pornya chini wasta waka kerkete unchi he yellow yo unchi he yellow yo la haria he ye la he ya he ye kangi yao te ye chaya wello kangi yao te ye chaya wello ya te ye he where ni ya te ye who where one Bali Kaleshka, one Yani Hio, where one Bali Kaleshka, one Nanio, where Mio Khan Keen Walaki, yeah, Mio Khan Keen Walaki, yeah. Hina one lake, hina one lake, Hari, yeah, Hari, yeah, hey, yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hernae, yeah, yeah. Minchin shimit merta waria, minchin shimit waria te hewe, arte hewe, ate yaria hewello, ate yaria hewello, yani picatari yewello, yani picatari yewello. Wasa wakikatari yeah, wasa wakikatari yeah. Let's yeah, yeah. Là chị ấy po hey yellow haria hey yellow arte hey yellow arte hey yellow Aralena makuwe aralena makuwe pero wanyanyan makuwe pero wanyanyan makuwe Aramakuwe Aramakuwe ina heku misunkala che yao mani misunkala che yao mani ina heku wana sapiketa wana sapiketa uchi era zipa michuye uchi era zipa michuye ara he yellow Erkin yananka kaliya kiyananka kaliya one lechiya wana sapiketa keriya pilo one lechiya wana sapiketa kaya pilo one ne herpe kankahari yo one kerpe kankahari yo arte heyo biya wana mariya kali yo biya one mariya kali yo kaki yo arte one chanku one kali lo kaki yo arte one chanku Wakagelo, Yani Pikata, Cha, Yani Pikatacha, Kola Heyelo, Maka Sito, Marianukie, Oyarte, Okie, Oyarte, Okie, one Bali, Oyarte, one Hoshi, Yellow, Arte, Yellow. Artehelo, Baco one chariao, kie perakinu, riki, arpekianu, riki, cardio, arte, one horsi, halo, artehelo, leno, wakagarchi, artehelo, galikihan, wakagarchi, artehelo, chabon pahin, wakagarchi, artehelo, your Karen Kinchi Chuchi, artehelo, o galikini yara tar helo arte helo mi chinshi ta hera kupia mi chinshi ta hera kupia mako che one wash te Kaliar Gali Pirkateate Halo Arte Halo Wana Wichashkarti Wara Wichashkarti He we hurte o mardi we hurte o mardi o cartano koya mo warti kerte koya mo wahin kerte artia michuya wahin per michuya wahin kerte michuya hia wasna watinkite ahia wasna watinkite kanpa watchige hanpa watchige Torke char one mugelking tato kiche when mugelking kit ni hun kon halo ni hun kon halo wakanya ninga kite wakanya ninga kite changelishka one luzani yan kite changelishka one luzani yan kite one muyar upo one muyar upo arte halo in Israel kisarne behesuten de truasha nuja ze kapusha rada me prusha ze kubu kinjara kartikam nekim sikim nebruni am tinkin chapen miurno nepsko mari basharab ne courage sami ne bijbara jezavam suten minkin undor ke presente raban kem nutrop ne bunem sikum mit bna shori ne wetu ran wa tertapanu sru absru fadn terus men mohan chati or rosna pati kamaru tapnu tape patisana parat ne mishu shara pud nehi tapultan mara tapasana prolti ke tata me ketan kinu Tinushevsky have Meriab Juti Jubiscaban, Getty Meherab Juti Jutaban Kavatu Tarame Karu, the Red Robasha Shari, Pesare, Rapari, Padi, Mekarapi, and a Karakamarak, Kapra Mori, Korsika, Romarkuti, Arud Hammer, Nashra, Definite, who had a Heru, Heru had Heru, Manpu, Heru, Beru, Heru, Soy, so I start to be like a Karak, this month, Heru, in the small. Or by Gabdi and participant to us, or I can get them get a city Kerus and King Room, Koreans, Canadians, or the get to two is a condition sinister about a mechanism to wish to bishop this government in we illumination and open to the name to the Peruda Medina, that's a pattern and unnecessary teachers, Messican, when pattern and patches that and Bob on Sikam of Sikam, who can tell up you of Obo and Sikam, Sikam, Sikamara, and the Mu, Sakamas, Pikapasatur, Bastard, Anderson, Sigmund Herodi, Signification, the Sortini, heading Circus of Paracursic, Messameta, Musicu, the Russian Moody, Miskabi, Kabisan, Metal, Saramadab, Sarah, Saramas, and Sikam, Bishop, and we have kept two number horror, number some Kasuas. Shabaru Upsanef of the second humanity me to draw the mini mana do Chiru Kamisha Kiru, the Sorkadu Basir Hat, rather Caramentini to Madame Ras, the Raki number Buina Patem Simpson, Broyo, Putu, him, number 9, and cautious stuff on up and never ready Tamadu, and that you put many roots of Kabushi certificate to Paramore more huge, but got time more special square Hamisha, Patrosing and the Tommy Cabaret, the is coming to that captain to the Ramasusher, the Kachinjata, and the Nepsari, Nepsan, and Nishan, name, Nixon, Cornish, or Nixon, Paripodikum Shari, were Corshon, Nation, enemies, and Matame, Kerokabora, or to a new case, Milk, Signet, according to Sagnasi, the Dejur, the one absect to the mooks or two next time, and then you can put the music and get to New police or security on new time and new one because an as a new boo, the Kademandi, Japan, and Harry, Zoram, Hotemerico, Karam, like a that senti to many of you Canada, you, a mood to one of it, but on the Barami Dapna, Proata Brahman said. Toti Saturday of the Canute had used the yet that the Indian substance Medio come open the Paratento Officer Supplements Hardy, Sonic Nanamotic, Manino, Sois, Luxos, a rapper, a companion with Desmith and two metal, never indicated Manu, Resic, never 10 to 8 operation never track a common to push a I am so to 8 minutes away. You also have them both of the also have them both of the old. Parti Messi Parti UTV om construction to protect from new good permanent permanent nutrition permanent nutrition permanent name somebody may bomb to Capernaum to Bertoti of the Suprema Putam Sharata to name like question more the piece of ticket to Ray or a super camera content of piece works like a continue to take what I'm new to walk terrain through neck. Dam Q Kubsina Fujak Toy Kramuch Watu Napria Summit the new impact one to them and a massive bracket soon present that Sanatan Saniti Subtectum Psychoparan Futak Bra Tarab Sanaki Tikuamayo and Kaparan Messasutin Joy Padam Gamin Rankatanium Divisus Kasu, Isanaki Owen, Sananek Tamohoit Natriti and Sekimi Patrum and Hens Suran Nupsis and Heguridium Skim the Sky Kwamai Jaru and Triwan Heru Tetsumas Ushis up to Bapishayan and to Nek Vision and Shagnuka Pro to War. Ra tu mama amit hal masru dua satin cemru kina panen insurrection urkuki ari dis kamamu nenek disaka pru tapun tapun tumur reparation netruang de marek kro pesere kai nemi sheke kep netru sharek tara de shab na ba kabem karaket na pe nubuti biskat kap na jatatna na fluik in injurti washari wasur tepen na pesha shasam shar mar tum pensna pani sekaroni Kurdi Saru Tari Sorbitai Kushanani Saranam Sing Kapring 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 Kapar 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 Kapari Shakpar Mumsabambias Warna and cannot turn back think a bear who would have to break a bear on his doors at the sun Sabai Karabi will be why do to the Radis and the Sabi Watu with iron Kabaye Seba Persia Korimai the Epsilon of Mashu Jabus can have been suited to begin in the Panamaki use the African Shara to a Mopatam and Cotanamaru Korum. However, Senate room maybe cutting Bruce through Hiroshima to a moment, skip a Baru one would have sent to them. The rest kind of Guadabeco or Quark or Bako, but with Sir and a Habarabaka and the substance carrying category Shubari, Barak or sorry, Kabiak Krabak and time I take Kabiak Macro and Nation, which should have taken and a Kikuna Moshe, but the Kiku at the Scarnation to Omaki, Sarah and Kamin and Brits can application and any suffering getting out. What I cooperate and no second to make case of Thailand to not everybody in the new but every natural glimpse at a scattered and to GFs to Moody moments, Caps and Antamas and Jaram scatters of the south of the neck, was so them. I kept a move up from them shoot that to indeed of a king after me, mess. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in my flesh, hidden in a thorn covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, but they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May we drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within me and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare we peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. We can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downwards, inward into the soul of the world. We pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Zikia Kampasi Anakampa Nu Geb Nu Kepra Ra 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 Tuma Tum Kansu or Semitor Shabu Bananishim Torina, I or Semitor Shabu Bananishim Torina, I or Semitor Shabu Bananishim Torina, I Abra. I got these. Like anklets, and they got like a knot on it because I braided it together. So first, sitting down on my ankle, you know, really, I don't know, didn't notice it, and I didn't seem to move, and then all of a sudden it was like I felt that ankle. I was like, I feel that. That's digging in. That's Let me switch hats. Give me a moment if you don't mind. I ain't going nowhere.
We'll hang around, have a good time, chat about some stuff. I got stuff to chat about. Always got something to chat about. No one's always thinking about something, that's for sure. Hey, Mister, I'm making so much noise. You just walking around. Yeah, that's what I do. It's funny, you make a bunch of noise, still be able to sneak up on people. I don't know how it works. They're genuine sneak ups. People did just, I guess. Okay, look, you want to go on the shaman spiritual journey? Here's I give you some real I give you some real stuff. It'll cost maybe about, I don't know, maybe $20 worth of shipping. Get yourself some bells. Get yourself some bells, and then you start wearing bells on your bracelets. Start wearing bells on your person, and then you're going to be aware of how much noise you make. And then after you're like that for a really long time, you would have learned how to move with those things on you and for it to be silent so there's no sound, very small of it versus, a bunch of sound. You know what I'm saying? So like it changes your movement because it makes you aware of your own movement. I can hear the sound of my wrist. I know where my hand is in space just by the sound. Yeah, my mind is cognitive of it, but sound is a very important thing when learning one's limits. When you get an echo back, bounce back, kicks back, radars, that's what they do, radar signal goes out and signal comes back. They read those signals, those waves of energies, and they're like, yo, there's something over there. We're looking in the dark pretty much. See, what I found out is on the spiritual side of things, we are predominantly blind. Can't see. Can't see the other side too well. That would be better. We see it actually well enough. I haven't thought about this one in a while. We actually, for most people, see pretty. For the most part, we can't hear nothing. We got to train our senses to be able to hear things that is pretty much invisible. Got to do a lot of training on that. But we can hear. We can hear. They, on the other side, man, they can't see. They go hear. They're experts. They're experts, like sonar experts, like beyond our technology, as far as like sound feedback and reading your environment. They can pick up sound. There's human technologies right now, okay? And from a satellite, they can focus on the room you're in, and just because there's a wall, it doesn't matter. There's actually technologies around nowadays that can measure the vibrations coming off of a service, and it can actually very, very precisely know exactly what's being spoken on the other side just by the vibrations. And like humans have developed technology. This was years ago. I read an article about it. Um, So were their eyes, because we could see pretty naturally, right? Our own environment, we can see pretty darn naturally. And When we learn how to listen, we can hear them. They can always hear us. It was, I don't know, somebody was like, if I don't have a bell on me, all I hear is somebody put a bell on him or something. Because the spirits lose me. I'll run off. They can't find me. So I make sure they can find me. It's not for humans. I'm connecting with the spirits. I know they can follow sound, so let me make sure and jingle along the way. If you were watching yesterday, I'm going a little off track, but that's okay. You know which track we're going to jump on. The name Mila jumped up, and I'm not going to rehash the story. Either you're here for it or you aren't. Spirit talking box thing. Name Mila comes up, and like and da 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 da. The next day happens. Omens happen. I'm like, whoa, is this really interesting stuff? I started connecting with. And then yesterday, right, I did all the cleaning, did the projects and everything, and I'm like, oh, what do I want to do for the rest of the time? And I'm like, I want to play a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game. Like it's a PlayStation 4 right now. They got a free Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel game or something. It's legit 2022, 2022 or whatever, 25, 2022, recent enough. It's free. It's freaking straight up free. It's you get the cards, you get the packs. You could buy stuff like other games, like in-game purchase, but like you don't have to buy anything in order to play the game. You like, I got a Blue Eyes White Dragon already. Anyways, what I'm getting at was I jumped on there. I didn't even play a duel. I didn't even play a card game. I had some tokens or something, so I got free cards. I got them a free pack of cards on the video game, and so like I got Blue Eyes White Dragon as well. And then as it's going through, there's a card, Mila, the like time warping magician, or she's not. It's just that doesn't say magician, but she's like she's like this. I forget the name of it, but and I'm like, huh. I've never had the word I've had things follow me before in life. That's nothing new. But this 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 word, this name is really pretty interesting as it popped out there. And then as I'm going over the words of power here, right? I'm going over the blessings. If you weren't here, and you were here, or whatever the case, you don't know from before, but everything I was speaking was another language from around the world. And I guess I should do it to the pastor, but I'd be like, "Hey, what's up, guys?" Because a lot of people they think that I'm pre-recorded or something like that. So I was like, I need to start talking people's names and be like, "Yep, Billy and da 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 da," whoever the heck's there, and mention your name, and be like, "Yeah, see, I'm here." Um, but Mila jumped up again, and it was the memory that pops up with me. I forget the exact name of it. Mila, the something something something. But it was like she was a time space portal hopping like magician character or something, and I'm just a farrier character, and I'm just like, I'm paying attention. I'm paying attention because uh this one's following me. That means there's a spirit, there's a consciousness, there's a connection there. And so for me, I'm going to follow that connection until I can help the spirit do whatever, or run into a person, help somebody, whatever, however that course of events winds up leading me to. And just for the record, for anybody watching or anything, I am always, always evaluating wherever I am in the moment. And the reason why is because just because I've done something a million times doesn't mean something else could get in the mix and flow up a transmission, and then I start doing things that are causing problems. Screw the intention. What did my actions do? Was it good or bad? Because if I look back and I say I had good intentions, 1 through 100, good intentions, and then I go over and I look at the end result, bad from 1 to 100, oh man, I got to reevaluate what I'm doing because that's not going to work out. I got to, we got to change intentions to plans. Boom, something like that. But the word Mila, I noticed today, very specifically, was in 2 completely different languages. 2 completely different languages, different portions of blessings, and literally Mila, Mila. What? What? Seriously, the going back to earlier, for those that are around for the blessing in English, maybe read a little bit over there. Every single time I feel an interruption in the spirit, if I feel my energy being tapped, pushed, anything that I didn't give permission to, that's where I'm going to stop. And I'm going to play my sound bowl just so you know for future reference. As I was mentioning, for those that were here earlier, when I was going over the invocations in English, these invocations, energy within us already that we're activating. We're inviting the energy within to be activated. That's what our sound, that's what our resonance does, is our mind and meditation does. These invocations that I found, ancient ones, not something somebody's gonna pop up or make or mess around with like that. But when I read them, I read the process of thinking, the process of how the mind is actually communicating to the self. Look, I'll share a portion. I'm not going to read the whole thing or of it or anything to that matter. But look, it says Hiru was created from the thoughts of Hikopatera's heart, while Tahuti was formed by the words of Hikopatera's tongue. Thoughts of the heart created life, and words of the tongue created life as well. So so what I'm reading is at first I speak it, and I do this so well that I move into the temple of silence, and now my heart thinks it, and it's done. The miracles are everything's already set up. That's a step up. That's progress. That's a development on the shamanic journey. That's exactly what these ancient things are revealing to us. So even when I read that old book, the Bible, or anybody else's holy blessings, their books, I'll look at those codes. I'll look at their instructions, and someone really smart left all the correct information, and somebody really ugly filled in a million different pages. It's not a million of it. Yeah, I'm exaggerating, obviously. And they filled in a bunch of extra words that you just don't need. You don't need them. And then he's serving you. It's a misdirection. Is it good? Sure, it was good. But that's not what this book was about. So I pay attention to those things all the way around from every source that I read from every single source. Look, if it's a business, all right, I'm talking about ancient ways. I'm leaving religion. I'm going back ancient. Look, I'm jumping all the way up to modern today right now. You got somebody out there, they're running a business and they're successful. If they got a business and successful money wise and all of that, they know how to work that tree of life. They know how to work magic. Yeah, fuck you. You throw out any excuse, you could throw out anything you want. But the only reason why they're able to keep up that successful consistency is because they understand shit behavior and they ain't gonna tell anybody. Look, imagine, it's not hard to imagine. Just imagine though, you're living a normal life, but you're this magical individual. And you even dress to fit in with the crowd. But you're pretty dang magical. You see miracles happen for you. And in this world, you've seen people getting taken advantage of. You've seen people starving. You've seen all sorts of. Oh, thank you. That's awesome. That little corgi dog runs up on the screen and like turns around, like wiggles his butt, like all cute, like and like runs off. Thank you. That's awesome. That was distracting. I'll take it. I'll be distracted. Nah, I don't know where I was going. If you want me to keep talking about it, you're gonna have to chat something in the log. My brain out of that dog. That dog distracted me pretty darn good. I'll tell you what. Oh, that's real. The invocations, the invocations. So I've been following them. I've been following the invocations. I've been following the scriptures, the formulas. What did it say? What did it say? I like to call him the dude, the Christ, Messiah, that dude. I like to call him the dude. He's my brother. He's my bro. He's the first one. Got me on my journey, really, spiritually. Like, nobody else helped me out. And just like up in the clouds and thin air. And it's like, well, you recognized me as a king. So I showed up to anybody who's in my kingdom that sees me as their king. I was like, ah, well, how are you doing? He's like, well, that's not important. I know you're not doing too good. And got on the spiritual journey. So But even in that book, that's what I paid attention to rather than people, as far as guidance goes and direction. I hope you're having a good morning. I hope you're having a good morning, or good afternoon, or a good evening, or if you're going to bed, good night. You know, wherever you are, you'll be anywhere in the world. There's people on here from Australia and Europe, and I'm in America. People from all over. And I've been following those instructions. I've been from all books, from all sources, without discrimination, without judgment. Do you like frogs? Ribbit. You know, it's interesting. It was the Ogdoad. You don't know who the Ogdoad is? Ogdoad. Ogdoad. You can pronounce it differently. I used to, but it was the primordial 8 entities that were before any life or like before anything. They were not necessarily entities, but they were more so primordial uh, substances in their primordial state. And these 8 came into essentially having a positive and a negative. So they paired off into 4 groups, or four units, if you will. It was the Divine Mother who brought these elements together originally to compose that mound in which the Divine Father rose from. That old Dode format is getting back to the answers that all of humanity is so hungry to answer. That's where all the answers are. And that's accessible through the Divine Mother within you. That hole in our heart that we seek to fill up, that hole that leaves us lacking, that leaves us wanting, that leaves us hungry for something more, trying to get it from somebody or something. That space belongs to the Divine Mother. Because when I fit her into my heart, I already had the Divine Father. I had that formula. And I had the formula for the Divine Child. It doesn't matter what religion, doesn't matter what name. Your formula, if you got it, boom, that syncs and resonates with you. And that's all you need. That's what you need. That's good for you. That works. That's success. That's great. And you can access that. You can recognize, for myself, when I recognized the Divine Mother's existence and I actually plugged her in to my heart, that Trinity effect kicked in. It really did. It mentions Hikopatera are all called the names of Shu and Tefnut. That's the wind and the rain. And those two, they gave birth to the Anad. The Anad is the nine, the divine nine. Right here on my staff, you got Alset, and Anpu, Hethar, Nebetet, and then we've got Hiru, Horus, and then we got Hirukuti, and then Mahat, and then Tahuti, and Thoth, and then we've got uh, then we have Alsar. And so essentially with those nine, and those nine processes we work through. He called names. Look, check it out. He called the names. And these two names, Shu and Tefnut, they gave birth to nine divine family, to the divine family, essentially, the original divine family. Whichever group it's in, it'd be the same family. They moved around, they settled over here for a while, branched out. It's just one big family. When we read over the blessings in the morning and all of those words, this is a portion I mentioned. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your Hekal. Hekal is your power, your word of power. The name, the word of power, and answer my urgent plea. See, I don't craft spells. Like I can, but I'm not into that stuff. I'm not your spellcaster. I'm not that person. I found out that I don't even have to speak in order to make miracles happen. My heart can think and it can make it happen. We're going to talk Star Wars here in a moment. I have to. I have to. I might grab my book because I have information you've never even thought about before. Seriously. Um, no, you haven't. You put together a lot. You understood a lot about Star Wars, but this portion has come out of my mouth a couple times. Once on the live, and I ain't never heard it nowhere else. Nowhere else. And it's dang true. Um, okay. So here's from ancient formulas going back to Kemet, 3,000 plus years ago, okay? And from the heart, it can create it. Or I can speak a name or two and they can create what I need. That's what it tells me. That's what I read the first time I looked at it. Oh shit, I ain't there yet, but that's what it says. In another portion to the Divine Father, it says quite literally, ancient invocation to Hikopatera. It says, we give you our names and receive yours in return. Our heart is your shrine. It says, may your life, may Hikopatera's life, may your life become our life, O Hikopatera Tatanen of light. May your light, O Hikopatera of mercy, be our light. So he literally, may your life become our life. What you can do, may I be able to do it too. Like father, like son, like mother, like dog, like, okay? See? Now, we're going to Star Wars. From ancient Kemet, Egypt, we're going to Star Wars. This one's real easy. Blue lightsaber. Majority of your Jedi's, right? Majority. Blue. Got a lot of greens out there, but those green sabers, they're more so with like Yoda, right? More like with the masters. They're using the green saber. Huh. Lightsaber produces an energy field that can pretty much melt anything. Your chakras, when they are aligned, can incinerate any obstacle before you. Now, here's what I found on the shamanic journey. It's not just about aligning your chakras. It's not just about having a smooth flow. That's not the end all be all. That's nice. We start shifting the gears. The reality is that I can concentrate every single one of my chakras, all nine, and I can focus them all into one chakra. I can have all of them support the heart, or I could have all of them support the voice, or I could have all of them support the mind. Okay? Okay. This is what the Jedi's did in metaphorical form with the saber. That's why they had to create their own lightsaber, because it was their own formula with their own body, with their own energy system. That's why that was part of the journey of a Jedi. You had to make your own saber. I mean, the proper of it, whatever. Anyways, so why did most of the Jedi's use the blue lightsaber? Because that particular blue correlates to the throat chakra. That's the priest working around the world. That's the ones that got to say all the words to make it happen. They have to say the words or else no magic happens. They have to speak it. It's the only way they can make it happen. But when you get into Yoda's lane, he upgraded. I don't even have to speak it. My heart thought it. Not even my brain didn't even get the thoughts yet. My heart thought it. You know how fast your heart thinks? Yeah, you do. You do. Remember that one time you got a thought and you were like, oh, it was an aha moment, epiphany moment. And then it took you hours to put it all out. I mean, you said it back to yourself in a few minutes, but then it took time to tell somebody else, and then another day to reflect on that and realize what else came to you. And what that turned into in the end was there was a lot of hours involved to get to that point. That's where you turn the knowledge into wisdom. And that's how fast your heart thinks. It outpaces your brain. It outpaces physical matter, man. The heart is the source of all the information. And that's how by paying attention to our own bodies, learn how to go by environmental cues. And those environmental cues is not just the weather, it's people around, it's a whole business, it's the building, it's everything. Is the environment conducive for a positive occurrence, or is it conducive for a bad outcome? Because if it's a bad outcome, I'm just going, something's going to move me to leave. I ain't going to feel kosher. Or if I feel good, everything feels great. Hang around, things were great, nice and well. How y'all doing over here on TikTok? I have not looked over on TikTok practically at all. I started doing TikTok a week ago, a few days ago, or whatever, and so I'm trying to keep y'all in the loop here. Shreya. Shreya, are you still here? If you're still here, Shreya, man, I'll personalize this response completely for you. Shreya asked, "What is a shaman night? Can you please tell it in a simple manner?" I got it. I got it. You know what? If you're not here, I'm going to read it anyways. But I hope you're here. This is my own book I wrote, published, and all that good stuff in my own words without reading anything. The For me, a shaman knight. Now, a knight for me, a knight is someone who has land. They are providing for their people. They are protecting their people. They're protecting their land. They're making sure everything's going good. I said for me, I'm not talking about history. We're not talking about history right now. A knight is someone who has the suit of armor, who has the training, who has the ability, and will be the first person to meet any obstacle or any threat. He ain't calling the people. He ain't going saying, "I need help from you. Go get your stuff together. I don't care if you." No, he's the one who he got suited up. He's the one who went into battle. He's the one who fought the threat. He's the one who protected. So a knight for me is the righteous king. That's the righteous king. Because that righteous king, he is that knight. He was that knight. That's why he's the righteous king. Because he fought the good fight. He didn't do the bad thing. He restored righteousness. So that knight is like that's a testament of your life. And every single day contributes to that reality. And we might not be there. I was not there in my younger years. Um, but that's how I saw myself. That's the kind of training I was going through, putting myself through. And a shaman. A shaman is someone who interacts with spirits from from lower realm to divine shining upper realm and all in between. A shaman is someone, anybody, and that could, wise woman, shaman, male or female, is shaman. It wasn't a role thing, and it wasn't a gender thing. It was the fact that you could communicate with the other side of the veil and those there, and you could act as an intercessory, um, um, an ambassador, essentially, to both realms. And so you could communicate messages from the lower realm to the upper realm or on the earth realm, wherever we need to communicate that. So that's what our thing is. And as that kind of a person, anyone who's on the shamanic path is quickly going to understand that healer is practically, you could put shaman or you could take shaman away and put healer, like like they're interchangeable, like they're the same thing. And so a shaman's the healer. So a shamanic knight is someone who can heal, and first they're interested in healing you. They're interested in helping and assisting. And if they need to put on that armor, if they need to suit up and get their weapons and go to battle, they ready on the dime. Let's go. I'll take care of it. You good. Stay home. But you be all right. If I need backup, I got some allies I can call in. But this is something I wrote years ago. This is a copy of my own book. It is published on Amazon.com, etc. And you can type that in and find it, or you can send an email to cetra@yahoo.com. Cetra@yahoo.com. Ask for a copy of the book. I'll send you a free PDF copy. That's it. And if you want to make a donation, I greatly appreciate it. My GoFundMe is connected to my profile page. Many thank yous if you can, and if you can't, that's no worries. Thank you for being interested. Thank you for learning. Thank you for pursuing your own goals, your own dreams. That's huge. That's a win. That's a win for the divine. For anybody following their heart rather than another person, that's for divinity. But this is my stand up and read it here. The poem of a humble knight. As old tales seem to rhyme, the hero who is super fights many a crime. They were born just as you and I, both are the same. As they strengthen the weak, never do they seek fame. Though let me of their youth to you do tell, the past they would not change, else their powers would fail. A hero is born from the pangs of death, just like a resurrection from that deep depth. The movies depict a hero flying in. However, around the week, this hero walks within, seeking the sincere at heart, preparing each one for the day of concert, staying stronger than steel. May they mend the weak to heal, just as a knight of old, their own life to virtue was sold, while seeking those long lost children with sincere consideration. A superhero of love's might, as well as the true knight sacrifices one's own desires to save all those whom have fallen into the fires, conquering defeat. And true are these words, a real life superhero and their kind words you have met during a state of your discords. They are real, I tell you, their life is no mistake. Superpowers so endless that from them no one can take. Love conquers all. May love hear your call. Yes, that's my mission statement. Not that I put it in there like that, but it's really easy to tell what people are after in their reactions to things. Some people are just young, so you're just always going to get that kind of awesome reaction. But after a while, you can tell somebody's reaction is like, you know, whether they're divine or whether they're chaos, man, whether they're order or chaos, you're going to put it together yourself. And anybody with youth, anybody older, wiser, they don't know where the youth is. That's just youth. You following your instincts. If you can actually make a decision in your youth and actually take actions daily to support that decision, yo, you you gonna get far in this world. You're gonna get real far. Maybe not in this, however, whichever world you want to create. Maybe you want to create heaven and bring that world here. You can create that. But wherever you're heading, you'll be successful. That's for sure. Realzy? No, in this lifetime, anyways. I'm from Texas, and but but my dad's from North Carolina, so it's a pretty cool state. Like that red clay soil. I don't know if it's clay, but it's like red. The dirt and everything's just like red, orange, red. I guess he's not technically my dad anymore. He like kind of disowned me. See, he says he's got a Jewish nose, and so I say, got a nose like my paw right there, right? Got a nice beak. My beak, you know. Hawk. I can see very far. Got a great sense of smell. Don't need to be close. It's interesting in life. It doesn't happen for everybody, but there's some people I see, and I'm like, dude, I see an animal right away. I'm not calling them an animal, but like if they had a past life, like, and so for myself, in my own eyes, shapes, and nose structure, I'm like, yeah, that that's that's my dad. Right there. He could show up in anybody. The secret tones that only the bard knows. Why would a bard know a secret tone? Because the bard, B-A-R-D, because they weren't just learning their music from a person. They were able to sink into meditative state, and they were able to connect with the muses. The muses shared with them the sacred tones. So they were privileged to be aware of it, to know how to play it, to know how to have an effect on their environment by the sound of their instrument. It said the heart just thought. The heart thought, and there was creation from it. The tongue could speak, there's creation from it. So, if trained in the correct matter, any proper tone can create the correct effect, the desired effect, the desired result, the manifestation, the miracle. It's actually pretty interesting because in the past few days, I started getting an idea. Like, people are always like, "What are you? What are you? What are you, man? What are you?" I'm a lot of things. I was like, legit, I'm a lot of things. And they're not all true. But I started getting the idea that I took on the role of a muse in some capacity, in some format, because I love to inspire other people. I I don't care what you do, but the fact that you're doing something, that's a lot better than sitting down just being, sad face or something all day about whatever. So I'm always happy to see people chasing their dreams or, working, building their dreams. I think building your dreams is better sounding than chasing your dreams. If I'm chasing my dreams, it's like, I can't catch it. Dang it. My dreams are over there. I just can't catch it. My gosh, darn it. But if I'm building my dreams, well, shoot, check it out. Altar is part of my dream right there. It's built it, now put it together. And words are powerful. Ooh, so in my own language, and we'll go back there a little bit today, but there's a word I mention when I speak about the Divine Father in the blessings, and essentially the word is umnalum. Umnalum. Now, for my own spiritual journey, before all them different gender words and stuff ever became a thing, mean, this was back in when I first wrote it was like 2013, maybe maybe 2000, maybe early 2000, maybe mid 2014, 2013, 2014, out in the woods. Anyways, as I was going through my experience, a word that came to me was Na Lum. And Na Lum bears a meaning that as a person on your spiritual journey, as a shaman initiate, that you're going to discover that there are certain masculine qualities that you have, and they work out to your advantage. And you've got certain feminine qualities, and they do work out to your advantage. It's qualities of doing this, doing that, whatever. And Umlan Lum says, I have chosen the qualities that are going to serve me best. I have not discriminated over female or male. I have accepted qualities of, I've selected the best qualities from both. And now I have these qualities collected and I'm using them as a singular force. In my own state of being, there's no division of the masculine or feminine. My brain recognizes that my right side is carrying a masculine energy and my left side is carrying a feminine energy. I got masculine set up for this. I got woman set up, the divine mother set up for this one. So I'm aware of this distinction massively. However, in my own processing of my own, without even thinking about it, Na Lum is my state of being. And so thus, not him or her, but it's the best of both worlds to how I formed it up. For each one to form it up as they had for themselves. And so it's more of a shamanic quality or trait. It's more of a divine quality or trait. Because as I got into studying the divines, the Kemetic, the Egyptian, into India and the Hindu, and others, when you really go back to their origin stories, the only reason why they could be a divine presence at all was because they united the masculine and the feminine. They united the two opposites that exist within them. They did exactly what I did before I even knew it was a thing to do. Etc. I'm gonna tell you how I got the. I'll tell you how I got the name right now. I'll tell you straight up. Final Fantasy VII. The city of the ancients was Cetra. 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 And I was like, I wanted something connected with the ancients. I hadn't got into Egypt. I haven't got into studying. I got into Hebrew. I got into the Kabbalah a little bit. And that was it. That was it. Just a little. No, I hadn't even got into that yet. Nope. I hadn't even got into yet. I got into nothing. I got into nothing. I was fresh out of my life and I was living in the woods. I lost everything. Religion kicked me to the butt. I didn't have nothing to even look at. I didn't go through that yet. I was there. Anyways, so I decided to call it Cetra, but I spelled it differently with an S and then a CH rather than just the C. So I changed it. That's the spelling of it. That's how I came up with the name of the book originally. Then after I go on this long journey, right? Learning about spirit, all that kind of stuff, getting into ancient Egypt, tarot, and all that stuff. Then I start learning about the Anad. We were talking about the Anad earlier. Shu and Tefnut gave birth to the Anad. The Anad is the original divine family. You got Tahuti and Heru and Alset, Divine Mother, and on and on and on. Anyways, Set's part of that. Set is chaos. Pure chaos. Darkness. Set. Last part, Ra, R-A, Ra, light, order. And in the middle, CH, that's our chakra system. Because we have order and chaos within us. We have a negative and a positive pole of energy within us. And depending how we aligned our own energy and our focus over our everything, we either going to create something that's just going to have chaos or just light. Or if we put 1, 2, 3 together and we unite them, we get our very own Trinity. You become your own Trinity. You thought just God was a Trinity. You thought that was reserved for just spirit stuff. You got the Trinity in you if you want to bring it together. Mind, body, spirit. There's your proof in that book. You're welcome. 333 for the win. It don't miss. It just don't miss. If you ain't ever been here before or hung out or anything, you can be anything you want to be. You truly can. What you focus on, what you got a plan for, what you work on, take you where you want to go. For me, I didn't know where I wanted to go. I didn't. I didn't know where to go. When my mom passed away, my daughters and my wife are still in my life. And for a short time, my life crashed. After my mom passed on, my whole life crashed. And I went on this spiritual journey. I didn't know where I wanted to go. I didn't know what was next. I was just going to do the normal thing, what people do. But then a scripture jumped up in my mind I couldn't shake off of me. And it was the scripture. It could be in Matthew, I think, at the end, towards the end of it. And the Divine Father says, don't worry about anything. You're worth more than a bird. I'll keep those guys alive all the time. I'll keep you going. I know what you need to eat. I know what you need to wear. I'm aware. I'll take care of you. Don't worry about it. I got you covered. Now, I said that to my mom every single day because my mom worried all the time. Didn't matter. She worried. She's an excessive warrior. And warrior, both of them. And I would tell her that scripture all the time. And so after she passed on, and I had nothing, and I'm living in the woods, I started to worry for the first time. Really, I mean, I've been through all sorts of tragedy before that, but at this point, I started to worry. And when that worry popped up, that scripture popped up in my mind, and every single time I ever told my mother popped up in my mind, right then and there in that very moment. And I was like, I can't be a hypocrite. I ain't no hypocrite. I'll be a lot of things. Sure, that's fine. I don't care. I ain't no hypocrite. Nope, nope. And it wasn't. It was not a formal prayer. It was just my heart speaking, and I'm out in the woods by myself, and it went a little something like this. I said, "All right, God. said not to worry. I told my mom, I'm gonna apply this. I didn't. I said I'm gonna apply this. So if things work out, I'll keep following. If things don't work out, I'll go back to working a 9 to 5 and live the life I know I gotta live, and be able to provide what I gotta provide, whatever the case. And as I did that, as I made that declaration, I also changed my mental perspective. And I said, I'm not homeless. I'm not homeless. I'm not a vagabond. I'm not going around begging. I'm not going around looking or smelling bad. I don't care. Shoot, I'll go into a public restroom and I'll use a darn bar of soap and wash myself. I don't care. I'm not going to do it. I will not be like that. I said, I'm on a spiritual journey. That's what I'm on. I'm on a spiritual journey. The world is my home. It doesn't entitle me to people's things. But the world's a big place, and I just got to put my head down and go to sleep, and I'll wake up the next day. That's good enough for me. The world is my home. I know laws, and I know what is acceptable and what's not acceptable, and I'll obey their laws. And so I decided I'm not homeless. I'm on my journey. And that was back in 2013, 2014. And where are we? It's sickening. I don't know, 2026, it doesn't feel real. We're in 2024. There's 2 years off. Call it the big circle thing, the Large Hadron Collider, the LHC. Blame that thing or something else. But whatever I don't care. But we're 2 years off. This Earth and humanity, Gaia and Earth, just a 2 year freaking gap. So I've been on this journey long enough, and I'm not exactly, I'm not a bum. I've been on my journey, and the Divine Father and the Divine Mother, they've been taking care of me through strangers, through people I've never met. Somebody doing a kind deed. Somebody letting me stay at their place. Whatever the case. But I decided to follow the divine. And the divine, I say this all the time, they said, don't be any part of the world. Money's the root of all evil. So you want to be Mr. or Mrs. Popular? You want to be Mrs. or Mr. Rich? You just lost. You just lost. Since the age of 5, I've been aware of this. Since the age of 5, I've been living my life like this. That's why I swear, you got a different Bible than me, because your Bible is like, the person who gets the most money, they like king of the world. And the person who's like, who tells everybody what to do and everybody does what they say, then that's what the world is. And you gotta be the king. So if you tell everybody what to do, you got all the money, then you win. And that's what everybody's been doing. They're like, here's this wonderful book. It tells you how to make a lot of money and how to swindle people and trick people and all sorts of things. And the copy that they gave to me said, tell the truth and be nice and don't suspect anybody's going to hurt you. They'll never try to control your thoughts. Oh no. And we just so then you can put that together. You can reconcile the hypocrisy. I'm not saying you're a hypocrite. The hypocrisy from those who we have been misled
do you give me a book and then sell me a complete opposite reality? How did you give me the instructions to play Monopoly, but somehow you're flying around in a freaking starship or something? We had the little token and the little car, and like the ship. We had a ship. There's the boat, right? The ship. That was a cool piece to be, but spaceship. You must have a different version of Monopoly than me, because last time I checked, you got to roll the dice to get to the next side of the board. You don't just like move your piece whenever you want to, right? They did take it too far. It wasn't me. I didn't take it too far. They took it. They took it so far that the veil people are wearing isn't a spiritual veil anymore. It's a veil from your own heart. It's from your own indwelling intelligence, from your own reality. They painted one picture, they sold you another, and you to go home, get married, have kids, and be happy. They gave you a formula of hypocrisy, of contradictions that are bound to be conflicting, and a house divided against itself cannot stand. Right? That's what the book says. So they are selling, that's what they sold us. We took it home, our good old happy intentions and all that. I know I'm not the only one. Can't be the only one. It's the only reason why I think that you got a different. Everybody got a different Bible than me. That's all. It's easy. I can reconcile it like that. Or, 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 or the institutions we've been following for advice were actually master brainwashers. They were actually front for the secret leaders of our world, so that they could keep us in line. Why else would you sell me one thing and then give me an instruction manual to the complete opposite reality? Because the last time I checked, if I got a dad or if I got a mom that cares and loves me, they're going to teach me about everything that's going to hurt me. They're going to teach me how to build myself. They're going to tell me to do some push-ups. They're going to send me to the gym. They're going to tell me to do this. They're going to put me in this regimen. They're going to say, read this book, crack it open. This ain't what you want to do with your life, but you need to be familiar because it's going to keep knocking you down. You want to keep getting knocked down life? I don't think you remember that last time. That wasn't. You don't have to do that every time. Check out this information. They're going to build me up. A good parent going to build you up so that you can defend yourself. What did those institutions do? They said, read one book, don't listen to anything else. It's all evil. They isolated your ability to think and connect your mind to your heart. They left you veiled. And then they put another covering on you so you couldn't see. They led you around for so long that we wound up sitting down inside of a cave that we didn't know we were in. And when they took the covering off of our head, we saw these shadows on the wall. And we said, wow. And we've been stuck in that cave ever since. I couldn't be the only one.
of other people that tried to speak up in various manners and ways. Was it a Bob Marley song or someone else that said it? I think it was Bob Marley. I forget. But it was like, how long are they going to keep killing our prophets, man? We call them whistleblowers. How the hell do you think a loving heart was in an organization that was that wicked? Because they were the good guy from the beginning. They were the plant from the divine to find out the sneaky ugly going on. And so they let the world know they were no more than a spiritual prophet. And they were someone divine. That's why they get taken out. But for me, I don't worry about those things. I've had the proof I need to see for my own eyes. Let alone telepathic, intuitional, heart connection information. I don't need to laugh. I don't. But before I ever got to this point of my journey, let's learn how to build a good castle and a spiritual fortress. It's impenetrable. And then after that was done, then go do your stuff. And that's what I've seen, at least from personal looking into matters, is because there's certain divine authorities. If these divine authorities are recognized, approached, and there is a unification with that divine authority, it's no human contact. There's no human. This is a divine authority. This is divine law and order. Gaia. When you get that authority, there's a blessing that's put around you. Just like you say, like one of God's little kids, they're going to be taken care of. They're going to be protected. It don't matter. They could walk into hell itself, and every demon could run after them, and the king of hell himself would run after them. But that they're going to be protected from all harm. The people ain't even going to be able to get to them. The person in the real world, their spirit has to create the effect in that dimension first before the physical action happens here. So if they do not have the spiritual authority to do it there, it won't happen here. So I went around and collected divine authority across the freaking board of divine law and order, surpassing human, surpassing the physical realm. The physical realm is subject to the divine realm. And when you learn how to connect with yourself, you learn how to connect with that divine realm. And that's how you can lead your body through different events that seem every day. Whoa, how did that happen? Because you were on your journey. And the divine up top said, let them have the interaction. They're ready for it. So then the event happens. You turn it into something beautiful. You learn something from it. And now instead of it hurting you or pulling you back, you use it as a step up for another step on Jacob's ladder or that ascension of the pyramid. Another step up, one step at a time till we get to the top. So you can use every single situation, whether it be good or bad, to your own advantage. Not in a selfish way, as in it's mine, I got this, and I got this, and it's all mine. Not that, but an advantage to your soul so that your body what it really desires, what your heart truly desires. That's why the ones in the past got taken out. And I will tell you, there's one video I made quite some time ago. And at this point, it has 4 million plus views. I'm not bragging. I'm not. I didn't want to make the video. I didn't want to make the video. I was going to bed. The information came to my mind, and I was like, no, I don't want to, no. And well, I was not going to be left alone. So I made the video. And after I made the video and pushed send and all that crap, usually in the past, I go look at the video, and just right away, an initial view, look at that quick, wait a couple moments, see if there's a view or whatever. I didn't, none of it. I turned the phone off. Uploaded, it's uploaded. Off. I want to go to bed. I didn't even want to make the video. I woke up in the morning and it had multi-thousand views. Under 23, I think it was within 17 hours, 17 to 20 hours, it had 1 million views. Before 48 hours, it had 2 million views. That's when it really kicked off. But for me, if there's someone viewing my energy, then I'm connected to it. I'm connected to them. And so I can feel that on an energy level. And I was becoming aware of things, and essentially the divine had me make that video way early when I did it, because they wanted the darkest of the dark to come after me, and they stopped them before they ever got close to me. I was supposed to be etched off the books long ago. And afterwards, after this came to my mind, after I received affirmation, not just confirmation, but affirmation of this reality happening, it's when divine pop. So we just did that to get the worst ones out the way. Everybody else is small fries. The big ones, we got their numbers already down. I was like, damn, use my ass as bait. I'm good bait. That's a fact. But people underestimate you. Let's talk about the word bait, the construct of bait. Um, here's what I allow people to underestimate me. Underestimate me, laugh at me, whatever you think is fine, go for it. It doesn't change my abilities. It doesn't change my know-how. It doesn't change anything. Actually, now they're confident. They're actually foolishly confident because they didn't do research. They just judged a book by the cover. They didn't even learn the first fucking lesson of living in life. Don't judge a book by the cover. I was like, I want to say I was 2. I don't remember talking when I was 2. So I can't remember. One of my first memories of life is don't judge a book by the cover. I'd be like, fuck. It'd be like Batman dressing up as Bruce Wayne, walking into every horrible situation, but he secretly has his like bat belt on underneath, and he's like ta 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 ta, just dropping people. They thought they had a job on him, but they didn't even see it coming. So there's bad people in the world. When I say bad people, there's people that are carrying very, 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 very negative spirits with them. I'll just leave it there. So it's not the person I'm after. They're just the host. They're just hosting the spiritual activity, and their body is manifesting it. That's all. That's what's happening. And the person doesn't know what's happening. So when I get around somebody like that, I'm gonna share a story rather than explain it. I was at a church. They were serving free food on Saturday morning. I was homeless, or maybe I had a place to stay. I had a place to stay. I'll go eat there at that particular time. And I'm sitting with my back to the person. Food's up over there. It's over that way where they're serving. There's like a stage over this way, facing that way. And I'm at this table. There's nothing going on the stage, but I'm hanging out, chatting with my buddies here. And I'm laughing and we having chatting, good stuff like that. There's this dude behind me. He literally starts overdosing. I don't know what the heck he's on, or the stuff they pop on you or give you or up your nose, or I don't know that stuff. I don't mess with any of that. I don't know. But they I'm, this is me. Hate me or not, I don't care. The dude's overdosing on drugs in a church. I honor the Divine Father and Mother with every ounce of my being. I could care less. I'm laughing. I'm talking. I know what's going on behind me. People, I hear people, people jumping back. They call the ambulance, call the ambulance. Cops come in. No ambulance. No ambulance. Cops. Officers. Armed officers come in. I still don't care. The dude's puking green. I'm not, I heard it. I heard it. 3 separate times. They gave him that whatever stuff up his nose or what whatever the thing's called, and revives you or something from that stuff. And they got the guy back and stuff like that. And he puked up green again. After I left, I talked with spirits about what happened. I should say they told me. I didn't talk with them. They told me what happened. The guy was talking all sorts of evil, ugly about me. This is spirit communication. I didn't need confirmation or affirmation. I accept this right off the top. So the dude was talking all sorts of nasty about me. The divine, well, that heard everything. And he had bad spirits that he was carrying on him. That's what caused the drug use. That's what caused his bad behaviors. That's what caused everything that was horrible with him. Without even trying, without even being consciously aware of it, I performed an exorcism. That's, the divines literally, they were like, yep, my energy literally, because my energy, whatever, they told me, just and I took them spirits. I took them bad spirits, and I sent them off where they need to go. They ain't giving me no problems. Not a one. Not even a trip on the. Not even a misstep on the way home. Now I'm looking because that dude's life. I don't even need to be there. I know it got better because those bad spirits. They don't have a house. His body doesn't resonate that energy anymore. It's purged. It's gone. My energy being a wrong bad substance is just going to negate it completely. So as far as bait goes, the word bait, the construct of bait, well, I look scrumptious to a judgmental spirit. I look scrumptious to ugly energies. Come on. My energy resonance. I'm hungry. I want to eat some more. Because the more I eat, the more the divine mama, divine papa eat. I'm not gonna eat nothing good. You know, I just eat. I got used to eating bad stuff, so I just eat bad stuff. Spirit wise, spirit wise. We're all energy beings. It's here. Look, check this out. Look, just a little portion. I read this in the morning every day, but it says, oh, there we go. It says, Kinamet Onket. Kinamet Onket is the divine mother, the water of life. Literally, Kinamet Onket translates into the water of life. Kinamet Onket are we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams. The rivers, the showers from the sky, the stars, the sun, the moons, we feed that. From our life, those energies are fed. What is that saying? That's saying energy transfer. That's saying my energy is actually connected to the moon and it's connected to the sun. Yeah, it's connected to the planet too. There's your trifecta. There's another trinity if you want to put it together for yourself. You could have more than one trinity for yourself. Father, mother, child, that's you, all inside. You can be the mama and nurture yourself. You could be papa and protect yourself. You could be the child and have all sorts of fun with, do your thing. Move on to your next set of you move on to your second trinity, and that's when because you got yours, you're solid now, you're the pillar, solid, brought those three into one. Now you connect with solar energy, you connect with lunar energy, and you connect with earth, I should say Gaia energy. Now when I say energy, there's consciousness that comes along with that energy. That's intuition. That's where your bright ideas are going to come from. That's where the best solutions with the least amount of problems arise from. Because now you're working with two trinities. Somebody asked the other day, 333. What does 333 mean? And I was like, man, that's a long answer. That's a really long answer. And then I actually answered back in like 2 lines on the phone. Not even 2 lines on a page or on a piece of paper, just 2 little lines on the messaging. I was like, 1 sentence. I was like, shoot, I answered it. Huh. But there's more to it. There's way more than just that short answer. Let me give you an answer as the best as I can. There's a lot of technical information along the way. Technical information is important. All right. Somebody says, "I'll get you to the ball game," and you're like, "Awesome, man! I'm looking forward to seeing the Yankees game. I want to see the baseball. I want to see the ball game." And get in the car, and they start driving, and time seems to pass by, but
they're going to the ballpark. You said the same ballpark name. By the time the dude showed up, there was no game. He showed up too late. Like another day too late. Technical information is important. Just because you want to go to the ballpark, specify. I want to go to a ballpark because I want to see this game at this time. Technical details matter. It can change the entire experience. So when I know people want to answer. I do my best. You can't expect any more out of yourself. When I was younger, I used to think, oh man, I could have done better. Oh man, I messed it up. I'd always be like, always be hurting myself because I made the mistake, punishing myself because I made the mistake. I'd be upset while a good event's going on because I made some mistake or something like, you know what I'm saying? I did that for 20 plus years, 30 plus years. I did that. I repeated that. I repeated that until I finally really got it in my thick skull. Pay attention because you can't change the current situation. I can't change the current situation. But based on my past, that situation is going to happen again. It's going to happen again. It's going to come back around again. So I already screwed up this time. I don't want to ruin the good time that I could continue having. So I'm going to take some notes. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'll connect those things together. I put on my notes. I didn't realize I got two different things. I have them in separate categories, but that's the same thing. So now when the situation comes back around in my life from somebody else at a different place, but same situation, oh yeah. Okay, boom. I ain't gonna make the mistake again. Now I'm forever done making that mistake. If you're not aware of it, that's a life lesson. Collect life lessons. Be a connoisseur of life lessons, and you will advance beyond everyone else. Because those life lessons remove the errors. I looked into writing computer code years ago. Not my thing. Not my thing. It's complicated. Writing code, right? It's complicated. You got AI can do and stuff. Anyways, if you write in a computer program for anything, an app, and you type in all that code, if you got a bunch of errors, what's going to happen? It ain't going to run so smooth. If you develop video games to any degree, you already know. It's glitchy. I got an error in there. I didn't know the error was there, but I discovered it now. Let me take that out. Let me put this in its place. Boom. Now the game runs better. Okay, now we can market it now. We actually start producing it. Okay, follow that. So life lessons remove the errors in one life. If you are not making errors, then you're going to advance. And you're going to be able to keep advancing. But I used to play this one video game. Man, it was in my earlier years. I'd be like, oh my God, I will be screaming obscenities and oh my gosh, at the top of my voice because my character would die. My mom will come in, what's going on? What's going on? I'm okay. I died in the video game. But what wound up happening, the reason why I would get all excited Final Fantasy 11 online, if you got to a very high level and you die, like it could take you anywhere between 2 to 6+ hours, okay, to get on one of the master to get on one of the high levels, okay, to level up. And if you die a couple times in a row, it could de-level you. It would take that much experience points off. So essentially, you'd have to like go freaking spend another 2 to 6 hours, depending, to get back to the level that you were at before you can continue on with the game. Man, I hate moving backwards. I hate repeating a task that I've already taken care of. And that's what errors are like in this world. Errors are like losing experience points. Because as we're making progress, an error can wipe out the whole freaking thing. An error could stop one from achieving the end that they were trying to achieve. And because there was no ending, because there was no achievement, because there's just a cancellation of the thing, that life lesson was never learned. Mistake after mistake after mistake, error after error, you're not making progress. You got yourself in a catch-22. There's catch-22s. You never heard of a catch-22? There's some out there that haven't. Catch-22, chasing your own tail. You're going in a circle. You're stuck in a loop. That's a catch-22. There's no out. There's no out. You can't get out. Got to leave yourself a way out. Got to create a way out. Find a way out. Loops are good to learn cycles, but once the cycles are learned, once the errors are out of the way, you start stepping on to another level, another portion of the ascension. And as you ascend, you're still very much living in the flesh. It is very much a divine experience in a human body. There is this video I was watching yesterday, and it wasn't saying what I'm about to talk about to any degree, like maybe a small degree. No, it's talking about something else. And I just put some things together, and I was like, whoa. It was a video on like good advice, for like living, conscious minds and all that good stuff, making good decisions. There's a video somewhere along those lines. But the way that the information was being delivered was it gave me the idea in my head, like the human, okay, like people talk about the ego, right? And you gotta put that away so you can be more spiritual, be more get on a better path. You got to put away all that selfishness. So people associate the ego with human thinking, okay? And then there's the divine thinking. This is something that goes back thousands of years. This is nothing new, okay? It's nothing new at all. But though, so meditation and all of this is about taking control of your own mind, being able to think or not think about what you choose or don't choose. It's a spiritual, it's a battle within. You can't fight somebody on the outside and achieve something within like that. That doesn't work. And I'm like, you got the human, and then you got like the alien that comes down to the planet, and then like goes into the human, and then the human's like, wait, you screwed my life up, and the alien's like, bless you. See, now you got all these superpowers. And he's like, shit, what are you that? Just start having that relationship back and forth,
And then all of a sudden you could smash that ego down and you're like, well, either you're going to be cool with me or not. You want to hang out and chat? Oh, come on. But you want to be like controlling my life and it's almost like a legit transference of soul and flesh. A legit divine transfer. I know my life. I know my name. I know who I am. I know all that. I've like Set. I've been going by Set for years, or Citra, whichever. And Set was short for Citra. And people usually see me and they think the dark, anyways. So that's cool. Set. I like Set. It's cool. And then people, I would go to the store or something like that, or buy something, and they'd be like, get my stuff together, and they go, "You're all set," and I would say, "Yes, I am." Sometimes I'd explain it to them, and sometimes I wouldn't. Great, loved it, love it. And but who I grow up is, I didn't get no schooling for what I know. I didn't. I there's no explanation for me to be able to do what I do and know what I know on a regular basis. And to me, the whole idea of the Divine Father being so powerful, so all knowing, all that stuff. That the Divine Father could pick anybody. Here's To me, this is what I've seen in my life. I don't think I've read it anywhere. I haven't written it down, and I don't think I've ever verbally mentioned it like this to anybody. But this is what I've seen in my head since I was a little child. I'm not against the devil and all that. He's just another spirit and doing what he does in his position, whatever. He's created to do what he does. And anyways, you got the devil, and the devil's like the king of the world. And the devil's like, go to school, make money, become rich, become smart, and you can rule the world. And that's what everybody's been doing. But God, the Divine Father, this dude, Ra, he's like, I'll pick somebody who has no schooling. I'll pick somebody who has no money. I'll pick somebody who has nothing. I'll pick it. I'll tell you what, I'll pick a person whose heart is love. And the devil laughed. You're gonna pick somebody with a heart of love? Got this in the bank. Shit, I own the bank too. I got the bank in my bank. It's the only way it could be proven to be an actual miracle. It's the only way it could be proven to be divine is if there's no how? Where's the schooling? Where's the secret society? People don't get. I went to a temple. I have my words of power. I go to the temple. I read. They're going over their jam. I'm not just jumping into the jam anymore. I'm not just meditating and going. I'm adding to the energy they're resonating because I know what energy they're popping up, so I can pop it up too in my version. We're gonna hit this with a two-pronged pincer attack, and we're gonna really bring these blessings home. The owner of the temple, Dr. Kumar Krishna, he walks up. I'm sitting down, and he goes, "Where'd you get those from?" I said, "Huh?" He said, "People don't just find that. People don't just have that information. Where did you get that? Where did you find that?" Yeah, yeah, yeah. to sign up to nothing, this or that. I led from one thing to the next thing, baby steps. Every single step of my spiritual journey up to where I am right now, they just been a bunch of baby steps. That's why I can be me and just have fun and whatever the case. Because I took a little baby step and then another little baby step and a little another baby step. So I remember my little self just really well. And we just have fun whenever we want to. We cry. Sometimes we get older and we're and then whenever we're happy and we get a little childlike and playful. Whatever, Shift. You're human. You have a lot of emotions. You've been through a lot of stuff in life. You can do anything you want. Don't hurt nobody, and do whatever you want. Let me check the volume here. Okay, I'll fix the volume. I know what happened. Don't leave. I'll be back. Hold on. Yeah, because my volume wasn't coming in. It was pretty awful. How's that coming through? Do I have sound? Is my sound back? Yep, my sound's back. Do I have sound? Is my sound back? Yep, my sound's back. Little bro, little bro, little bro. I want you're here every day. You might miss. I think you missed like 1 or 2 days of my lives. Okay. Look, pick an emoji. Okay, pick an emoji, little bro. Pick an emoji. It has to be a unique one that you don't normally use. Pick one right now and then do like 3 lines, as many as you can. Max it out and type that in, put that in. Because if you're watching and I'm going over the reading, or at any moment my sound goes out on the thing and I wind up seeing those particular emojis, I'll know, because I'll be able to see the blue, I'll see your name, I'll see the emojis, I'll be able to fix it right away. Just an idea, throw that out there. Boom, boom. The blueberry. All right. You got, but yeah, okay. So yeah, that'll be good because I'll see the blue and then the blue with your name, and because I can't read the name from like the distance I am when I'm reading, but I can see the color. Right, the blue stands out. So yeah, you just do as many blueberries as you can, and I'll see that come across. That'll be our little thing. I'll be able to pick that up faster next time. Oh, very cool. Very cool. And little bro, next time I wind up gaming and I'm on YouTube and I'm on TikTok and YouTube, because for those out there, I do game on my PlayStation 4 and I do it live. At this point, I'll if I game, it will be like a live broadcast, and and um and I'm on TikTok for like personal chat,
And so, like, well, bro, I'll bring you up for the chat. We can chat, and like the old days or whatever. But just like during fun time, gaming, whatever, and stuff. And 'cause I was thinking about doing that the other day with you. That'd be cool. It'd be enjoyable. If your sound is not working, refresh the live, please. Yeah, because that's what I do when it winds up messing up. I have to when I have the live going, the feed will jump back up, but it'll still. I have to go out of the screen, go back into it, and then it I don't know, kicks back up to working. Seems to happen at least once every single time. Cool. Yeah. All right. Well, coffee is moving through me, so give me a moment. I'll be right back in less than a minute or so, about a minute, maybe less, whatever the case. And we'll continue on with the jam as we do. Here's something I want to talk about for a little bit. It's actually pretty interesting. Um, I've actually got a few Yu-Gi-Oh cards on my altar. Got the Winged Dragon of Ra, Blue Eyes, and another one. I forget the name of it. Somebody gave it to me. This is one of their favorite cards. And but when I see those cards, I look at their description, and I wind up seeing some type of quantum reality within it. There's some type of code within that reality. Imagery plus awareness of my environment. I mean, that's what we're talking about as far as being able to be magical and create. We're turning information into a symbol, into a sound. The sound is the creative act. Everything to pull us up into the moment to use the correct sound and the correct moment was the series of events that lined us up to that moment. The correct sounds open up the correct doors. Wrong sounds might close doors that were open. From speech to what we do, actions, react, anyways. Dragons, for me, for me, I found something in a very old book, and it was expressing how a dragon was a person who had different esoteric qualities at every portion of their body. And because of this unique setup of energies, that's what created the dragonic energy. The only way to have a dragonic energy is to be able to have several divine beings composing the individual body. Oh, and this sound all kind of, what are we talking about anymore? Let's go back to that those instructions. I'm just going to read a couple portions here. I'm not going to read it word all of it. Our face is raw. So my face, that's raw, right? I got YouTube and TikTok, so I got you got raw. So the face is raw. My lips are sebek, crocodile one. My teeth, that's kepara, that's the sun in the morning. Raw is at noon because they have different temperatures and all that, different kind of settings, right? My forearm is Nath, Divine Mother, sky of the heavens. So my forearms belong to the heavens. Tahuti shieldeth my body. Tahuti is Thoth, Tahuti, divine wisdom. Divine wisdom protects me. Oh, shisha. Wow. Oh, wow. Well, that changed everything there. It says, our fingers and our leg bones are the living Orai. Now there's two centers of the brain, the sight, the Orai. There's one that's more fiery, protective. There's one that's more mothery, consoling. You got two different energies right there in the living Orai. It says that's my fingers and that's my leg bones. It's instructions of how to create your own divine self into, well, whatever they knew worked. It wasn't the book of the dead, it was the book of becoming. Partem Hiru. Coming forth by day. Coming forth by day, coming forth by the light, coming forth by insight. Sight within, the sight that we have within ourselves. Yeah. See, people, I don't know, I read things and I'm a pretty literal person. As many kind of metaphors and stuff and where my mind goes, I'm a very literal person. People say stuff and I cracking up inside. Sometimes I start laughing, I can't hold it back. And I tell them why. Because what they said, I just visualized it. They said, and I visualized, they were being sarcastic. I applied it literally, got a little visual in my mind, and that was funny. That was some funny stuff. Perspective changes everything. Everything. Get a different perspective. You think life sucks? I guarantee you're someone they're going through something worse right now. Whatever you're going through,
I damn near guarantee you there's someone out there going through something worse. If you were around that person and saw what they were going through and heard them, you wouldn't feel so bad about what you're going through. You'd be like, man, I should be grateful for what I have. I'm not complaining. Perspective, it can completely change our lives. I've broken quite a few mugs. I got this one mug. It was just this beautiful. I had a little gold around not like real gold, but just a line of it, and had little roses on it. And said December. I was born in the month of December, and it's just, and I broke, yeah, man, yeah. I I broke stuff. I was like, man, I know this is gonna break. So I made sure and put it in a safe spot every time. There's nothing next to it to fall down. And if it fell down, it'll be okay. It's not gonna hit anything else. Something fell and broke it. Like not next to it, but like, yeah. It was the phone. That's where I put the phone. Because like what I have up where the phone is currently, like that's its own little platform. And that stuff is there, doesn't really fall, it doesn't fall down, it's just stuff is where it is. But the phone I move, and sometimes the phones fall in at different times, and it fell on the thing and it broke, and I was like, though breaking something is not necessarily a bad thing. There are different systems, different cultures, and they break the glass on purpose for a blessing. Maybe you broke your favorite mug because you really need a good blessing for something coming up that is going to mess things up. Breaking that mug was a blessing there. I know that energy gets trapped within material. We can intentionally put energy within a material, and it's not just trapped. It absorbs the material, and material is resonating in a different energy now. When that material that's resonating, it even has a chip, even a little chip of a corner, that energy can now come out. It's like a door was opened. And that's typically if it was something you loved, something you enjoyed, and that was a lot of positive energy that went in there. All that positive energy, it's not stuck in a object anymore. It's now around you. You're its home. You created that energy, and now it's around you. It's going to bring that energy will bring you blessings through alignment without you even necessarily knowing anything. Just line things up. I don't know. I just felt like doing that. Happen to be at the right place at the right time. Because those are literally what blessings are. Blessings, energetical reinforcements so that one can reach synchronicity with their environment, synchronicity with alignment. My mind just put together the third Trinity. I never put it together like this. I said it once maybe, but I didn't call it a Trinity. So if you weren't here earlier, the first you're here or you're not. So the third Trinity is I might go back to it. I can't lose this thought though. The third Trinity is the unification of time, space, and energy. If you can align those into a trinity, if you can unite those into a trinity, you got to add energy to the space and time. You got to put the energy, because the energy is you. That's where you get the source. It's the pulse. If you can copy the sound, the vibration, the frequency, then its replication, its presence is there. It's like it's just there. So the first trinity is the divine father, mother, and child, and you are all three. To recognize the masculine within yourself, to recognize the feminine within yourself, to bring those and to bring those together so that they can keep nurturing the child that you are as well. I mean, protected, nurture all the way around. So literally, we have that shift within. We can shift modes at any point, and those are a unity now. That's a trinity. That's your first trinity: father, mother, child, all within you. Divinity. You can reach it. Second trinity, once you're set up first, once that first trinity is in effect, the second trinity is solar, lunar, planet. Planet, our planet, Gaia. Got to see it as Gaia. Got to move away from the earth word. You can still use it, and talk to people, whatever the case, being fit in, whatever, but it's Gaia. Current, last time I checked, went to a feminine energy, it's Gaia. If I say Gaia, then Gaia has feelings. Gaia is mama. Gaia is, I got Pinky. Pinky, my buddy. Pinky go with me everywhere. Pinky, that's nobody met with Pinky. Let's go. Go talk to Pinky, my buddy. So, like, just even thinking about him, like, my whole energy changes, like, positively, like, increases and amplifies for the better. And bringing in that second trinity, connect with what we're going around, connecting with what's going around us, and connecting with ourselves and Gaia. Okay, we got revolutions of revolutions, and now we're paying attention to cycles, because all that's united into one now. And then the third one, to reconcile space, time, and energy into one existence, into one trinity. 333. What do you want your future to be? Start dreaming. Because as far as what I've experienced in magic and manifestation and kindness and love and through an innocent heart, it's exactly how it works. It's exactly how it works. You are the master. Whether you remember how to be the master, that's different. You've always been the master. You've always been a creator. You've always been a dreamer. This world came up with some pretty shiny stuff to distract us and keep us entertained because they had no other solutions. I looked at their priestly class with a lens. I'm sure there's someone else out there that got that lens. But I looked at their priestly class and I said, why ain't your religion ascended to heaven in 2,000 years? But you got a religion out there. Why are you still where you are? Why are you fighting over stuff? Why's all that going on? When I started learning about the ancients, that's when I learned how the priests did away with the royal line. The royal line was the ambassador from the other planet. The priesthood class, they had all the instructions on how to take care of, how to remind, how to bring back to life, essentially in memory of who they were being a master of from another planet, being able to do stuff here. It's a cooperation thing to keep Earth running. And the priesthood class, thousands of years ago, they killed the last one. They killed the last ambassador. And that's why they're looking at spaceships and UFOs that they dug out the ground and all sorts of things, and they still can't figure them out. They still can't figure certain. They they giving us cell phones and laptops and big screen TV. That's the only reason we got a technological leap. But if they could figure out how to fly the fucker, they'd be like, look at us fly it. Look what we're doing. They can't turn it on. That's why they ain't saying nothing. I mean, come on. Yeah, I found some. I've been working on it for like 60 years and I still don't know too much. And you don't look too good. Nobody wants to follow that, right? So I look at religion and I'm like, well, why ain't they moved? Society moved, we got the technology. That's the reason why that. Why not religion? Why not some spiritual? Why are humans still so rudimentary in their morals, in their day-to-day life around the world? As a whole, not just, I mean, there's good people out there, most definitely. And they applied those good lessons in the whichever religion or whichever group, applied proper lessons growing up. The reason why is because the priests, they don't know how to tap into that. They don't know how to connect with this signal from another planet that they're not from. They don't know how to get updates. You could have the instruction manual. That doesn't mean you can build the car. Doesn't mean you could turn it on. You could have everything. Doesn't mean you have the ability to do it. You're a creator. You're a creator. You're someone who can tap into these signals. You are an ambassador who can share information from your ancestors, whoever you're connected with. And sharing information, for me, is the equivalent of shining the light of the Divine Father. It's the equivalent. Why I didn't say the light of the Divine Mother? She does have light. But the Divine Mother, she moves in darkness. She moves within us. She moves where people don't see. When I started studying about the Divine Mother and different methods, I read this one portion about her, which was quite interesting. And the way it was, I'll just share it. So it brought out that the Divine Mother will move into somebody's life. She will come, she will be within them. They won't even know because they don't talk to their own subconscious. They ain't done the shadow work. They stay away from all that stuff. The Divine Mother, she is associated with the primal elements, and those are within us. And those are what we don't pay attention to look at. That's all in the dark. She knows that better than you know the back of your hand. Better. Yeah. And so she'll move into our life. She'll create a good thing for us. She's not coming in to do bad. She comes in, she'll work a miracle, And as soon as at the corner of our eye, nothing's there. She's gone. She's gone before the corner of the eye caught, and the corner of the eye was like seeing a fading of her presence, like a timestamp. She'd been gone for a while. The timestamp of her presence is just kind of faded on. That's that flicker of a. That's what we call it. And I was like, whoa. That's where I spend all my time thinking, anyways. That's how I was able to connect with her. Easy, super easy, super easy. I didn't even light a candle. I'm not saying it to be proud of it. I wasn't into lighting candles. I wasn't into lighting incense. I wasn't into bracelets. I wasn't into necklace. I wasn't into this. And she said it. Said it. She says in one portion, she says, "I have clothed you in terror. Clothed you in terror. You dress up for Halloween. Dress up your kids for like Halloween. Put on a scary outfit. Not really a bad person. It's just clothes. Judge a book by a cover. Right? Could you imagine if everybody was judging the book by the cover and they went out at Halloween? Oh my gosh, that'd be that'd be horrible. That'd be bad. That'd be really bad. See, people have the capacity to see the truth. They have the capacity to be aware of what's actually happening, but they choose. They willingly have chosen to ignore it. Okay, that's everybody's free to choose what we each choose to do. That's what makes life awesome because you get to choose what you want to do. What did the other person teach you when they did what they wanted to do and it had negative consequences on your life? Well, for one, it taught you don't follow that person. I'll just say it right there. It takes time for a painful past to become humorous. Some people say a joke and it's too soon. But for me, for what I've lived through, I'm glad I can look at my past. I could be able to learn what I've learned and to allow it to impact my life, not just to learn it, but actually to apply it. The application of information is paramount to the acquisition of wisdom. I say this often enough. The tree of knowledge, you've met that. You've interacted with the tree of knowledge. I'm not talking about the phone, I'm not talking about books, I'm not talking about information like that. You have walked up to somebody in your life and they have rattled off information, just about anything and everything that doesn't matter. They just they just somehow they retain information and just got and that's what they share when they hang out. That's what they talk about. That's a tree of knowledge. They just have information. That's a book. It's just information. It's just sitting there. But when that information is applied, experience is involved, personal experience is involved. That personal experience allows the application, it allows an anchor for the memory to actually stay of any information you learn in the future. It actually anchors to the experience. And this, I actually read an article where scientifically supports exactly that. I didn't save it. It was a while ago before I started putting them, saving them all in one spot. Um, the energy is very, very palpable for creation right now. It's very palpable for supporting the divine energy, the growth of alignment, the growth of synchronicity. You've met plenty of trees of knowledge, and you've heard people say quite often, ask questions, ask questions. And that's good. It's good to ask questions, but I want to have an answer to that question. I don't want to ask 10 questions. I want to ask one question and I want to get an answer, because that answer is going to reevaluate any future questioning that I have. If I had 9 more questions after the first one, when I get my answer, those 9, that might go down to 7 questions or maybe one question, because this answer actually applied there, knocked a few questions out. That personal experience, that practical application, it's going to truly move your life forward. I I have lived my journey and I have walked my walk and I continue to. But when all you ever do is see somebody talking a talk and walking a walk, it just matches, Mr. Popular or whatever their thing is. I don't know, what was it yesterday? I'm in the middle of reading the Words of Power, the Blessings in the Morning. Lord, I got tears just. So I reading a poem earlier that I wrote and I'm choking up. I mean, I felt like I was gonna bust out crying. I felt like you could hear me choking up throughout the whole thing, because I don't read it that often. Every time I read it, I'm just like, yeah, that's where my heart's been the whole time. And I think about what I've become and what I've lived through, and I'm like, damn, I really became that. Like that's was my dreams, and I became my dreams. Like that's I don't know. It leaves me pretty speechless, pretty darn speechless. Tears, tears start welling up, and appreciation, knowing that you can survive something when all you do is see somebody just doing a bunch of talk, okay, but you never actually see them do anything. What example was that? That's not a leader. Last time I checked, a leader is that knight. A leader is that one who's going to run against the opposition, against the threat to the peace of the community. And if anything, people are following after the leader, not because he called them, but because they support them. So the leader is the leader because he's out front running doing it. She, her, whoever. And when I was a kid, heard it over and over and over and over and over. Lead by example, lead by example, lead by example, lead by example. Well, I'm not just going to do a bunch of examples. Let me just live my life. And yeah, I agree with you. If you want to lead, then lead your own life. And being able to remove the errors out of your life. Those errors are not things that are wrong with you. Those errors were advice or instructions from somebody who really was trying to serve themselves. They were being selfish. And so when they said words to thyself, we personalized and now our whole life changed so we could line up with that behavior because we see that as being acceptable now. But that behavior is actually causing problems. It's causing problems in our life. It's causing us to trip up over and over and over. Those are the errors I'm talking is getting those kind of habits, getting those kind of things out of our head and getting back to our heart, getting back to who we are. I got something funny. 2001 MK put Pinky as my buddy. He was just laughing tears emoji on there. Um, I don't know. It just had to be 6 years ago, 8 years ago or so. And I put Pinky and the Brain on. And, like I got the whole thing. I ain't watched it in, I don't know, since I was a kid or something, It's just been so long. And I'm legit. I was watching episode one, season one, episode one, and I literally thought he was going to rule the world at the end of the first episode. And I was like, oh yeah, that's how this works again. I forgot. uh, I'm a very optimistic kind of person. I'll tell you what. It would be over on, if you need me to be your Satan, just let you know, A's or Ah's. Ah's, proper English, at least proper English. Satan. If you need me to be that, I'll be that for you. Naomi, that was Naomi. She said, please talk to us. I usually don't talk because the comments that you see are pretty full of that, and that's why I scroll up here. I got fam and friends on here and stuff. Whatever I say, fam, chosen fam I've met online. But not. I'm pretty solo in life as far as sending fam goes, as blood goes. But I have found family on here. I have found some real spirit family, and that love has been shared, and the energy and the time, and it's really nice to be in a world where there are other people who resonate like I do. They have thoughts like I do. Um, we're not alone, and that's a beautiful reality. That's a real beautiful reality. Um, for on TikTok, I saw a question over there, and it mentioned something, but though I don't follow any religion, I have a motto, and my motto says, "Learn from all sources, belong to none of them." Learn from all sources, belong to none. Because every time I've ever joined a group, every time I see other people join groups, that group's like, you read our book and nobody else's stuff. You gotta walk and quack and talk like us, or else you get marked, or in trouble, or I was stuck as a Jehovah's Witness for 27, 28 years. My mom passed away. I was only in it because that's what she wanted to do. So I support her 100%. So I was in it authentically. But when she passed on, I kept going for a little bit. But yeah, not my scene, not my thing. Don't give a hoot for it. Great information at certain points and junctures, and good morals in different areas being taught. But I don't want to join your group. No, I don't want to join your group. No, I don't want to join your group. You know what I learned a long time ago? I got something. It's changed. This changed how I started approaching life and interactions with everything. Okay, now we're going to go back to Rome. All right. Interesting fun factoid. Rome would, whatever religion, whatever group of people, Rome will go, they say, this is your plot, build up your temple. Yep, it's yours. All yours, no worries. Enjoy. Yeah, yeah, enjoy. Damn, sounds good, don't it? Free for your place and everything. Yeah. And then once they established their people are living in the city, they're anchored. They ain't going. They just settled in for the long haul. That's when they come up. Rome come up to the priest. Yeah, that sacred school you got back there. No, we know you got it. In order to be having a religion, you got to have one of those back there. There ain't no way you doing it without it. You give that to us. You want to keep living? Thank you. That's how Rome was able to be powerful. They brought in every motherfucking religion and they took their fucking scrolls and they put all that together for themselves. And they said, we'll conquer the world. It's mine now. I took a lesson from the leaders, from the conquerors of this world. And I said, Pa, I found a trick down here. I know where my allegiance goes. Divine Father, Divine Mother, all day long, all day, all night. Create another time. I'll be that time too. I'm joining man's leagues. I'm not joining humans' movements. My mission was heaven on earth. And you do not move divinity into the physical realm with violence. No, you do not. No, you do not. If you have to use violence in order to bring that about, it was not divine. It was very much human. That showed me the whole world at large, from religion to political to individual. Not one of them was really connected to anything divine, because if they were, they wouldn't be fighting amongst each other. So I said, oh, well, let me just remember my family. Let me just call out the divine names of my family. The Egyptians, even into modern people over there right now, even they know that just to pronounce a name of the deceased brings their spirit to life. It gives them life. Just to speak the name alone. No candle, no ceremony, just to speak the name. You brought them back. You brought their energy into this dimensional reality. You just merged time, space, and energy in front of you. You just summoned energy in front of you with a name. the Anad, the nine divine that we went over earlier, said Ra. Ra called the names of Shu and Tefnut. Shu is the wind, Tefnut's the rain. Called the names of Shu and Tefnut, and nine divine beings, the Anad, came to life. Technically, Ptah. I used the name Hikopatera. For technically Ta first, then it becomes Ra, then it becomes Heru. On the Egyptian side, literally, you start getting ancient, you got different names for different stages and all sorts of stuff, which is actually pretty appropriate because it's not names, it's portions of the cycles, portions of the development, portions of the evolution of life, of the journey of life. Realizing all of these things that I just mentioned, seeing that, looking at the world, looking at the past, following my heart of love. When I was younger, win or not, I'm going to follow the good thing. I'm going to follow the good thing. And that's why the Divine Mother had to clothe me the way I am. I clothe you. I have clothed you in terror, the mother says to her child. Why? Because that nice, good child is amongst the very bad environment. And if they did not look like something that was terrifying, then they would have been swallowed up when they were young. You know, like a little baby turtle on the beach. That's why they have so many eggs. Because the birds are gonna come up, the crabs gonna come up, the fish in the ocean, not too many are gonna survive. The divine knows this about their child, about any of their children. And that's why they don't let us walk around looking all nice and prim and got my suit on and I'm look exactly like sound like what everybody wants and got all my P's and Q's, haircuts just right and handsome, and just got my uniform on. Fuck that shit. That ain't divine. That's a man trying to create brainwashing. That's all that is. I just want another man likes to be the puppet master. Divinity didn't create puppets. People, humans, created puppets. It's actually interesting because there's a time in my life where I thought I knew who I was spiritually, and I'd make comments. Somebody made a comment about being a particular spiritual being entity. And I'm not saying no to. I'm not saying you're not. I'm not saying that at all. Though on my journey, on this shamanic journey that I've been on, in year number 12, Is the end of year number 12. Whatever, 12, I think it's 12, year number 12. I I was I actually had the experience, and it was a series of experiences. It wasn't isolated, and but it was a reveal. And when I found out who I really am, I didn't want to tell nobody. I don't want to go run and tell nobody. uh, what I'm getting at though, for the person who made that comment, if if you choose to go down that spiritual shamanic journey, you actually do get and have, maybe you actually have that actual experience. The emotions transfer. It's not just memories. It's not just information. That energy, that energy transfers. It doesn't matter how long ago it happened. It feels like it was just like right now, yesterday. It just happened, and it's a huge. It's painful emotionally. It's an emotional pain. It's because when you remember who you are, you remember how dirty you were done. That's why the world's left. That's why the world is the way it is. So those memories of knowing who you actually divinely are, they're you could say responsible and this and a bunch of other good stuff, but it's not exactly like happy. It's not exactly happy. It's not happy. When I got full memory recall, I spent. I'm not exaggerating. Um, I spent no less than 4 hours crying consecutively. Like my note, like literal tears. I literally just I got a sarong, literally, because I kept blowing my nose. My nose just wouldn't stop. I was just kept crying. So literally, I got like a sarong like this, and I tied it around my nose, around my face, around the bottom portion. So literally, I just and just collected. Just, I mean, I I got tired of picking my hand up next to my nose 12 times in a minute or something, like, crying, wiping my, just let it run. Just, sheesh. And yeah, that stuff, those are powerful experiences. The reason why people, the reason why, like, shamans and like that group of individuals exists is because at a human level, at that human state of being, without any training, without anything, if a spirit attaches to that human, it can drive them insane, into the legitimate loony bin, all sorts of bad things. So where really bad things happen, because there are some really negative spiritual, let's call them energies. Let's call them energies. And they're floating around in our space, and they'll attach to somebody that's straight human qualities, no divine aspect at all. I'll attach to them. Why? Because they were probably a healer in a past life. They probably were a shaman in a past life, and they're carrying that resonance. But in this current lifetime, they have no memory of it. Zilch. Not just no memory, but disbelief that that's even possible. So the spirit will attach, seeking to get better, but then nothing happens. So the spirit will keep the person alive, but at the same token, it's leading them to do all these bad things because the spirit needed to get better. And so now the person is just doing what the influence of the energy is.
And that causes the true chaos on our world. And the shamanic, the proper spiritual, enlightened, connected ones, they can actually handle the resonance from these energies, and their life is not disrupted. Not only can we just handle the energy, we can transmute this negative energy into a positive energy. If energy is not created nor destroyed, right? That's one of them laws. It always is. You can't destroy it or create it, just always is. Then we are some energy workers. If we're not creating it and we're not destroying the pure ass energy itself, then we spin in that like a mud of a mug. Because it's all around us. It's what makes up everything. Perspective will change how you interact with your life. That's why knowledge, that tree of knowledge, that information, just straight information, that don't change your life. It's the same person, same things, full of information. An encyclopedia, walking encyclopedia. But when I learn about Egypt, when I learn about the tombs, when I learn, this ain't. I'm not just learning. I'm not just reading some words of nothingness. Oh, this is what this says. It is. It says no. Actually, I'm connecting with what I've experienced. Energy transfer. Yeah, people would call magic because I'm actually exercising my brain. And we have lived in a world where those who exercise their brain are the ones who are picked on. That still happens. It's going on right now, somewhere to somebody. They could change the world with one of their ideas for the better. And you got some bully picking on them. And somebody seeing it happen. And they just sitting back, letting it happen. Why? Because they have the same energy resonance as the bully. And then when the nice, good person, really wise one, really want to really help, when they actually step up to defend themselves, the one watching the whole time, they come support the bully, and now they put that one down. Yeah, I don't want to be part of that world. I like the Bible's advice. Be no part of the world. That sounds pretty good. Yep, I'm sold. I am sold. I didn't have to get to fifth grade to see that. I was a real young. I see that real early. Our environment will give us ingredients in which we're going to choose what we become. And if we don't make a choice of what we're going to become, then we are simply going to become a product of our environment. So I call this Invisible College. And I'm teaching both methods every day. Because if you're listening to my technical words and you're applying it to yourself, your life is going to move freaking fast and good, and like things they're going to move. You probably already experiencing a bunch of people already. Most deaf didn't chat with me anyways. But then there's another group of people, and I already know. I used to be there too. Good environment, good time. Shit, you asked me what you talked about for 5 hours. The moment after he stopped, like we didn't even give it a break. Like it's still fresh all in the mind. Oh, I read his blessings for like 2.5 hours, like per usual, and talked about different stuff. I don't know. Well, you're in the environment.
and I'm doing nothing but speaking like positive, good blessings, understandings, and spiritual realities. So what's your subconscious doing? Collecting, 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 collecting until eventually you have so much within your subconscious that you literally start becoming your environment. So whether it be through literal memory use or just hanging out every single day, I'm working towards building a better world. I love you. So no. Ramble on. I see your comment there. You said, "Can people see me?" Our this live currently has a 6 hour time span. The lady was like, Susan was like, "Yo, I left this live 4 hours ago." Oh, dude, that's funny. I'm scrolling up, so I don't know what we said before this, but the dude's like, never go cold turkey. When I read cold turkey, I was like, damn, I would really like a cold turkey sandwich right now. Look, seriously, your mind puts your emotions where you choose it to be. You could take people's words seriously. You could take people's words sarcastically. You could take people's words as a joke. You could take people's words as a freaking 3-year-old kid who doesn't know anything. Your perspective creates the emotions within. How you view life. At every turn and every moment, you're going to create how you feel. You're creating the environment for you to feel that. You see, we wait to go, oh, that's how I wanted to feel. Yes. Oh, no. Because the emotion is a response. And we're either satisfied or dissatisfied with our response. I said, what comes first? Huh, my perspective. My perspective creates my viewpoint. My viewpoint is going to translate into my energetical state of being. That energy is going to translate into creating, manifesting miracles. Seen it enough, know it, read it, done it, years over and over and over. Well, let me make sure and ensure I got the right tool bag. Sometimes there's divines that move in, they need a particular emotion because that's the energy that I like coffee, that particular emotion, that's what their favorite coffee, that's what their favorite drink is. Okay. So as a shaman, as a divine being in the flesh, yes, shamans are divine beings. Yes, you can be a divine being. Animal, in the beginning, when we're young, we react instinctively. Then we become 25 years old, roughly about that age, and literally the brain starts thinking with a different portion. So now we're not just instinctively reacting. We now have not saying it just changed, we have the capacity because we're actually bringing up memories before instinct is popping in. Okay. So now we have the capacity to move from animal to human. I said we have the capacity. I didn't say just. And from there, you got 7 erroneous habits. Most people call them the 7 deadly sins. That those traits, once you Make sure every single one of those traits is absent from your presence. Not one of those bad, deadly traits. I call them seven erroneous years. Not one of those ways are in you no more. You got rid of them all, like legit gone. You're going to start being divine because now you're connecting with your heart, which is connected to everything around you, the tree, the environment, the weather, the water, other people. That you're an electromagnetic individual. That means you have a resonance, a field of energy that is about you. They proved it, and they got machines to measure it too. You ain't seen the documentaries on it yet. They've been out for some years. So for me, emotions keep life interesting. And I got plenty to be sad from. Lost my mom, lost my daughters, they passed on, all family, everybody else. It's all out the window. I got plenty enough to be sad for. I don't need to create nothing new. I don't need to make nobody feel bad. I'm not interested in that. I got enough of that on my own plate. I don't want another serving. I don't want another plate. None of that. And I don't want to serve it to nobody. I do not. I do not. I think the whole world's been through enough. And if you ain't been through enough in this lifetime, I'm sure you went through enough in a previous lifetime. You went through so much, you were like, I don't remember. I don't want to remember nothing. Shoot, next life, please. Why don't you remember anything? It's just really horrible. Just no life lessons were gained. It was just no. We're just gonna scratch that one off the board altogether. A 10-game losing streak. Dang, that sucks. Yeah, I'm still. Oh, 6 hours each day from 3 in the morning to 9 Eastern Standard Time. We kick it off at 3, and then at 3:33, that's when I jam blessings in a multitude of languages, and then chatting and doing what we do until 9. And anybody enjoying the program, enjoying the show, whatever, however you guys have been calling it program, anybody enjoying yourselves, I do got my GoFundMe connected. If you care to make a donation, I'd be greatly appreciated. Just trying to get a few bucks together, a couple $100 together to cover rent. I've got 300, and anyways, I'll just leave. I'm not trying to do all that. If you are interested in my book, you can send me an email to setra@yahoo.com, SETCHRA@yahoo.com. And just let me know you want a free copy. I'll send you a free PDF copy. No questions, no nothing. I'll send you a free copy. If you want to buy a hard copy, it's available on Amazon.com. Otherwise, we got what was 3 a.m. Eastern. I think that's -2 GMT. So we got about another 40 minutes or so. I'm gonna keep jamming out for a little bit here. But I'm a pretty I take a different approach to things than most people do. So, you can go live and it's kind of funny because they don't share this stuff on YouTube, but it comes up on TikTok all the time. And at the end of my lives, they're like, "You're 100% more than anybody else doing this in your category." Literally every time, 100% more, 100% more, 100% more. Yeah, because I'm going for 6 hours straight every single time, and sometimes longer. I'm an endurance kind of person. I might not be stronger than you. I might not be faster than you, but I'm gonna outlast you. I got endurance. Uh, you might have youth. You might have all that good stuff, but I'm gonna watch the gas in your engine run out, and I'm still gonna be moving. That's how I'm going to win. That's how I'm going to get my win. I learned from my coach back in Rudder Middle School. Every time we go run the mile, he said, so you run at your pace. Set your pace. You can keep that pace the whole time. You try to run up somebody else's pace, ain't going to work out for you. So every time we did the mile, every time we ran the mile in gym class, it wasn't a race against anybody else. It was learning my own pace. It was learning my own rate. And then after doing that for a year, I was able to increase my rate because I was competing against myself now. I knew myself well enough to where I could actually compete against myself. If you got an opponent and you don't know him too well, oh, you can't really develop a strategy there, can you? You're going to have to be Johnny on the spot. Becoming familiar with oneself is very important in life. Knowing your limits, knowing how long you can last, knowing what your capabilities are, because this will allow you to know, hey, yeah, I can help. Yeah, I can take that on. Yeah, that's something I can do. And not just do it, but be okay afterwards too. How many times people take on something truly not equipped, not able? It was good intentions, but wasn't able to actually do, wasn't actually able to make it happen. And that comes with being literal and real with surroundings and knowings. Miracles happen. Good things pop out of nowhere. But if I want miracles to happen, I got to keep following divine law and order. That's the only way alignment happens. That's the only way manifestation occurs. It's the only way blessings and good things happen. It's because divine law and order is being upheld. That's what I've learned about my own actions and my own being. And as long as I do that, my path keeps working out. There was one time, oh man, this goes back to 2012 actually. That's when my journey actually started. I was living in the woods in like 2013, 14, but my journey technically started in 2012, Spirit Walk. And there was one time it was very early. It's like within the first few months, very early. I forgot what it was specifically, but I was already following the divine. I was already following this spirit. And I did something completely for a self-serving motive, self-serving purpose, self-serving end result completely. It wasn't what I was guided to do. The divine separated from me for, I don't know, it could have been seconds. But to me, it felt, it I'll never do it again. I'll never do it again. I'll never do it again. If I'm gonna do something, it's gotta be a twofer. You gotta at least take care of two things at one time. It can't just be for me. If I'm going to do something, it's gotta benefit somebody else too. That's just the way that goes. that's just a hard fact in my being. Even my personal growth is to help those around me in any capacity possible. Because I know through my own personal growth, that's going to give people more of a variety and different to experience. If I had no personal growth for the past 12 years, I wouldn't be here. And if I was here, I wouldn't be looking like this, and I'd probably be selling you somebody else's product. But my book, I wrote that over the course of 8 years, and oof, and this walk, it has been a walk. It has been a walk. I wanted to go on that spirit walk, and I might not be in the country where that's what they call it. But I took mine, and I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did, because it showed me how much more there is in the world than my physical eyes could ever see. My physical eyes, I know they only see one dimension of reality, and that dimension is the dimension of light, the spectrum of light, the speed of light. The very that's where this physical eyes, that's what it's viewing. But my mind, my body, my senses picks up way more. That's aware. Is very aware that there's way more going on. And that's why I have hope for the future. That's why I can keep being happy. You know what? Wow. Oh, huh. Okay. So what I put together in my mind was the fun factoid about me. If I read in a magazine or something like that, usually I'm gonna start at the end, and then go, I work myself to the beginning. It's been like that my whole life. I get a gaming magazine or something. I start at the end, at the back page, read to the front, and I know I know I'm doing it backwards. That's why I've been doing it my whole life. Just this way I'm. I am legit the black sheep. Like, yeah, that's not a euphemism or whatever that word is. That's legit. And but I've always been that happy person naturally in my state of being. I'm a happy person. I'm not, even if bad stuff's going on, I'm gonna focus on the positive, and that's why I'm gonna nurture. I'm gonna nurture the good. Okay, hold on now. The spirit, for one, the heart can process a thought faster than our brain can. Science will update you soon enough. And the soul, the spirit, is like moving in a vacuum of space, so it can go beyond the speed of light. So to me, the soul, the spirit, that divine reality, that's future. What happens in the future trickles back like a ripple effect into the dimension of light. The energy is rippled into the dimension of light. And here in this space and time, my energy, future, created it to my literal experience in the present moment now. So the future and the past are coexisting, and we literally experience the present in every single moment. I've been looking at that. I've been treating life like that for years. I've had that perspective, not just belief, but I've had that perspective, and that's how I interact with life. That's how I see it. So I've had this thing where I can I'm not saying, I'm not going to tell you the lotto numbers. I don't know who your cousin's name is. I don't work like that. I don't do stuff like that. But I have a very innate ability to foresee events. And I believe it's because I'm connected with my soul. I can sense the energy. I can sense that vibration in what we would see as empty space, but we have scientific instruments can measure energy happening, right? That our eyes don't pick up. So my senses are picking up that energy in the frequency in the area. If there was some bad ending with the world, there's no way I'd be happy in this life. Unless my spirit, unless my soul already won, did everything already, and I'm just living out the memory. I'm living out the past. I'm just living the tail end of it. The beginning, I am the beginning and the end for each person, not just me, for everyone. You are the beginning and the end. You are. Because soul started it, spirit, and the end, the physical experience, that energy hitting its mark. And I don't know, I'm gonna keep thinking about it. I've never had this thought before. This is completely new to me. This is completely new. I've never had this, so I have to think about it. I have these kind of epiphanies. I have these kind of insights, and I'm gonna sit on that for a while. I'm not tossing it, but I'm not exactly throwing it into. That's I'm changing my life based on that information. You know, to change my life based on information, it's a process. Sometimes real quick. Anyways, but that's what that was the sensation I picked up. Like it was a success. So then I'm just naturally happy because I know it all works out in the end, not just for myself, but for the whole world. For the whole world, somehow it works out. Somehow things flip for the better. That's what I imagine. I imagine heaven, like for heaven to really take over, a heaven's takeover. For heaven to take over Earth, it just have to be some like great thing that just spiraled into a bunch of goodness overnight, practically, and we never looked back. That's all. Like heavens be like the greatest third act of the magic trick ever. I mean, isn't that a magic trick? All right, right. I'm talking about stage, a stage magic trick. I'm not talking about like real magic, but like a trick show magic. First act, right? You got them out there and do a little thing, and then the second portion, you make it disappear, and the third portion, you make it reappear. Something like that, right? Eden was here, like heaven was on earth, and then like crash. So like the show was there, life was happening, and then like boom, paradise gone. And now we just waiting for the third act. We're waiting for heaven to come back, show up. I don't know where it could happen. It could. It could. It really could. All right. Here's a way to spend some positivity on all the crazy weather. Maybe all the crazy weather that's happening. Let's just play pretend. Just play pretend here. I'm just playing pretend. I'll make a movie on it or something. Make a script on it. What if the wind, what if the storms, what if the weather was picking up all the negative energies? What if all the shamans in the world had actually unified? What if all the shamans? What if we all unified? What if we had already unified our energy as one healing energy for Gaia? Well, then the major work of a shaman, of a wise individual, someone connected on that ground, is to clean up negative energy. As that individual, generally speaking, we're going to go home, we're going to go hang out at a place personally, and in that area, we're going to we're going to create a stability of energy that's going to radiate like a house, like a lighthouse. We're going to attract every single moth and bug and everything. We're going to collect all that negative energy, and then either we got our own system and we can send it off, or we get our butt to the temple. God D can carry that energy. We get to the temple, and the temple's got the great energy, and now those can get out of our world. Okay, that's how. That. If you didn't know, that's our work. That's what we do. Ancient all the way to today, and religion ain't doing. We ain't talking about that. Okay, so all the shamans said we already. Let's say it already happened. We just have to have a synchronized will. We don't have to have a verbal agreement. We don't have to have a signed contract. If our energy's synchronized, then they unify. That's the way it works. Okay. So then so what if all the weather, the crazy weather, like the wind and rain and all that kind of, I'm really thinking about like the wind and rain is picking up all the negative energy, and then there's all the cracks happening, all the earthquakes. What if the earth is opening up really to swallow up that negative energy to the pits of the earth and get rid of it? That's the way we can exercise it. That's the way we can do a mass exercising of negative energy in the world. If we get rid of all the negative, crazy, chaotic energy on a spiritual level, everything will work itself out. People will stop fighting. They'll stop killing each other because there's no chaotic energy. Not bad. There's good chaos and there's bad chaos. There's like organized chaos, and then there's like just get rid of the divine. You fall. So what if the world's going through a massive healing right now? Oh, everything's crashing out. What if it's actually getting better? Like it's darkest before the dawn. Like it's going to get worse before it gets better. So my mom told me I don't know, not every day, but it'll get worse before it gets better every time. And she wasn't saying that my life is always just getting worse and it's never going to get better. Maybe she was prophesying a single event and didn't even know it. I've heard people speak divine truth and watched people laugh. And I got the gold. I got the gold. I didn't laugh. I didn't crack a damn crack I didn't, not even a smirk. No, sir. I heard it. Thank you. Thank you for, balls of steel, that one guy. Shit, where'd you buy that pair? I need to get myself a pair that strong. Balls are us. Be quiet. Oh my gosh. It's a paintball store. Be quiet. The ammo, they sell unicorn ammo. It's got different colors, pastel or neon. Look, this is why I don't mess with guns. I like knives. I got my sword. I'm gonna tell you why I don't mess with guns right now. I'm gonna tell you why I don't mess with guns. Tell you right now. I had a buddy. He had a couple paintball guns. You had to cock it for a single shot. Single shot paintball pistol, like paintball gun. And we had a buddy, and so if I wound up getting one, then we go play paintball, and there's some empty land that we could go mess around and do and do it at. And so I went to the store. I got a semi-automatic paintball gun. Tut, 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 tut. Semi-auto. Tut, 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 tut. No cock, just tut, 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 tut. Dude, because I had semi-automatic and they had the single loaders, the single shot. It was 2 against 1. Uh, there's a big patch of woods, and there was a big area that was like had a little mound and like old construction, but just mound and stuff like that, and completely open. And so I ran around the woods for like, I don't know, freaking 20 minutes or something, and didn't see a single person. So I run out into the middle of the open, okay? And the dude who owned the paintball guns, like um, uh, it seemed like we saw each other at the same time. Whatever, he might have seen me first. I'm pretty sure he saw me first. Whatever the case, but he was coming over to me where I was. I'm that much definitely was happening. Okay, I don't I, I don't think he picked up his thing. I never I never aimed. I never took a practice shot at anything with this paintball gun. This was the first time ever using it. Dude's running up at me. He's a good 20 feet plus away from me. I fucking pick up this thing and go, ta, 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 ta. I hit him right the fuck here in his hand 6 times. In his fucking pistol hand. Yeah. Yeah. I was not aiming at his hand. I just pointing and shooting. Dude walks right up to me, dude, puts it right up to my chest, literally that far away, and pulls the trigger. And I was like, I'll take it. And I literally took my paintball gun back to the store and got my money back. uh, uh, if it's the end of the world, go ahead. I'm sure I'll be around somebody who'll want to put one of those in my hand, a real one, and we'll be good. I don't need those things in my life. There's systems and people in place and take care of things in the world. So, John Trucker Driver, I can't do that. I can't sell. I don't. That's not. It's nothing that I make or produce outside of me. Now, this is scientific proof, and it's literal. There's articles on it I've shared days before. You could believe me or not. I don't care at this point. Um, take it or leave it. But this is true. This is scientifically provable at this point in our time through meditation techniques, through the correct use of words. My words that I speak are ancient languages, and every single word I speak got meaning behind it, legit. Look it all up if you wanted to. Well, or you could just speak in tongues. But you can resonate the body using multiple methods. And they literally measured within the person without doing any substance, that within the body, within the brain, we create our own cannabinoids and our own DMT. It's not external, it's internal. Our body literally has the ability to manufacture those substances on its own substantially enough for you to feel high. This is real. And so it's nothing I can sell you. It's something I can share with you. And tomorrow, just like I've been doing, 100 days plus in a row, 130. I think yesterday was 135. Today should be 136, I think. And anyways, and at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, I think that's -2 GMT if you're in another part of the world, I go over 3 blessings to the Divine Father, the Divine Mother, and the Divine Child, of which each one of us is. You are. You have that Divine Father within you, you have that Divine Mother within you, and you are that kiddo as well. So it's really bringing our own Trinity into unity. And after that, at 3:33 on the mark, strike the gong, hit the gong, and we begin. Literally, I go over 2 hours consecutively of blessings in other languages, words of power, ancient Egyptian, Kemetic, Sumerian, Sanskrit, Tamil. That's an Indian language, India. I do speak Crow. I shouldn't say I speak. I read. There's a portion I read of Crow on the Indian side, and there's Latin and some others as well. And so you literally, if for those who truly get into the sync with that being spoken, is they connect with the energy, and literally you can, and it's nothing that you got to buy. So, pretty cool world we're living in, and the body is truly a quantum processing unit, much more superior than anything they'll ever design outside of what we are. I think that's what they really did, was misdirection. With religion, it's misdirection. See, they say you're imperfect. Oh, you were born and you're a flaw to our world. You got all these problems. Whoa. Well, hold on a second. You know, when God was like came into existence, he didn't say nothing like that. He didn't say, "Man, I got all these mistakes. Man, I'm the Word, spoke the Word, did this, boom, boom, created, did this, Divine Father." You know, as a child of the Divine Father, don't want to be like Pa. Yeah, be like Dad. Imitate Dad. That's what a kid does. Imitates their dad. So, they sold us on being imperfect. They left out to their standard of what we need to be for their whatever. Complete misdirection, because you are perfect. You in your body and your heart aligned without misdirection, without distractions, without a bully being present to really stifle one's potential. We are creators. We're creators, and we're capable of so many wondrous acts. And the correct encouragement, the correct support, the correct environment, and that little seed gonna grow into that big tree that got all them apples hanging off of it. But if somebody would have went up to that seed and took away its source of sun and went around and stepped on it as it's, every day, shoot, it ain't gonna grow into nothing. It's just gonna decompose, be more soil. And so really that's where I found being a knight, having armor, it has nothing to do with a suit of metal steel armor. This armor is our resilience of our emotions, of our character, of our indwelling intelligence to protect others, to lift others up, to help them stand up. Because if we can help other people with a positive heart stand up and remember the great divine being that they truly are, our whole world will change. Because we will not have a few leaders to a mass of people. We will have a mass of leaders in our whole world. And in that kind of world, shoot, we all gonna move up. We all gonna upgrade together. Upgrade, get ready for an upgrade. We're gonna get upgraded. Upgrade. Better? No? You getting picked on? Well, here, this will help you out. Now they won't be able to pick on you anymore. Cool. And what are they gonna do? They're gonna get nice and strong. They're gonna put the other person in their place. And then when they see somebody getting picked on, they're gonna pass on something to them. Now what happens? The bully is officially outnumbered. Divinity wins. It's a numbers game. It's a numbers game. You just flip the numbers. Just 1% to 99%. 1% wins, 99% loses. No, just flip the world upside down. Ooh. And the 99%, that 1% ain't got shit. Not no more. Not no more. I never gave up on heaven. I never gave up on my dad, and I never gave up on my mom. But people, humans, well, we all on our journey. And may each human be able to reach their own divinity in this lifetime. Before you pass on, may you reach divinity. How? It's your resonance. Look, I've been to heaven. In this life, I've been there. And there ain't no sign saying, you're part of this religion, you get in. There's no color you wear to get in. It's not, hey, I know down that you don't get in. The resonance that you are, that's your soul, that's your body. When your body is gone, your soul is going to carry that resonance. And in that resonance, either it matches with heaven's resonance, and that's your key to move through the shields, the invisible shields. Just move in because it's part of you are this resonance. So it doesn't block you. You match it. It's part of your new environment. And when you're still living in this world, that feeling it ain't any different. It's there. That resonance it exists. That's the real key to get into heaven. That we transform here and now. It's not about waiting. It's not about you saving up for your 401k. It's not about saying, hey man, I got a 5D ascension ticket. I gotta work and earn $1 million and I gotta take care of 3 kids and I gotta pay $70,000 in bills and I'll have my 5D ascension ticket. Woohoo. No. Oh, I'll follow that religion's rules from one to the end. They said be mean to him and be nice to her, but honor God and love thy neighbor. And I did everything they told me to do. Don't I get to get in? No. Your resonance, your transformation happens now and here. And your soul retains that data. And so for the next life, well, you went up to the good place. You weren't rejected. You weren't said go back. You got some more stuff to learn. Why do you go to heaven and they send you back? Resonance don't match. Your resonance don't fit. You've got some stuff to learn. You've got another life to live, whatever else to go through. That's why. You know what's funny? The NDEs, the near-death experiences, I've read quite a few, and I've watched probably more documentaries than I can remember on near-death experiences. And on every account, I don't recall the person saying that they got up to heaven and God said, "Well, I'm sorry, you're not a Christian, or you're not this, or you're not that, or you're not this. Sorry, you got to be this religion, change that, and make sure you got the right colors on, and then you'll get in." No, no, no. What? It doesn't take too long to put for me to put a bunch of different experiences into the same group and be like, huh, they telling one story. Gotcha. I see the truth right there. I don't need to write an article. I don't need to freaking convince a group of people. I need to see the facts in front of me, and I can put them puzzle pieces together. And it's 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be live tomorrow. I love you. I appreciate you for being here and hanging out with me. It's been a wonderful Sunday. Look, there's a lot of chaotic energy out in the world, weather, all sorts of elements, all sorts of elements. Stay in your heart of goodness. Stay in your heart of love. Live one vibrational energy. Stay there. And that's what you're going to be drawn to. Those who are stuck in a state of pure chaos, they're going to be drawn to that chaos. The chaos will be drawn to them. And one last little bit of warning. This is a warning out there. Spiritual weather out in the world. I'm not saying there's going to be some catastrophic thing that hits the world, but there is going to be some type on a personal level, not some big cause, not the whole world going from personal, from person. Just there's going to be a data wipe. There's going to be a memory loss. There's going to be advancements that were made, and now you're back at square one, all the way back to the beginning. If you experience this happening within the next 2 months, here's exactly what to do, and it's going to flip for the better super fast. Super fast. Number one, everything that went back to the bottom, that's you to redo it in a divine mannerism. We're going to redevelop that character, that ability, that quality, whatever it is. But this time we're going to build different. We're going to start different. That's why we went back to the beginning. Number two is that out of everything that does get wiped, there will be one thing that survives. There will be one thing that survives that data wipe, that memory loss. There will be one thing that you care about that survived it and stayed intact with all of its progress. Okay? Start working on that one. Don't start on the other ones. Don't start building level one up. Start where you had to progress. Continue that one. All the other doors closed because those open doors to a future you don't want. The only door that was left open for you, that is the door that's going to produce the future you desire. That's going to manifest your dreams. That's going to bring exactly the good of the divine into your life. And so with those 2 messages left. Putting out there. Tana de Guai until we see you next time tomorrow morning. Much love and many blessings.